Testing audio, testing audio.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Governance and Priorities meeting here for Tuesday, February the 3rd. With our land acknowledgement, in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Lee-Called Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Looking at the agenda, first looking to administration, if there are any additions or deletions to the agenda. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. I'd request that we add item 8.2 under closed session called Land Update and use ATIA Section 30, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body.
Okay, thank you. Great, thank you. Administration, anything else on that? Thank you. Council, any additions or comments for the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the agenda as amended, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee approve the February 3rd, 2026 Governments and Priority Committee meeting agenda as amended. Add agenda item 8.2, Land Update Access to Information Act, ATIA, Section 30, disclosure harmful to economic and other interest of a public body.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just a couple comments for our meeting today. Unfortunately, Deputy Mayor is feeling a little under the weather this morning, and so will not be joining us for our council meeting here today. Wish him speedy recovery. I know that there's been a nasty one going around. It laid me out for a couple days last week, so wish him a speedy recovery and coming back to join us. Under our moment, another thing with our agenda that I will be speaking to is under our moment of reflection. I just want to make mention of a hockey tournament that's happening today. It is a fundraiser for the United Way, is being done by City of Chestermere staff. There are firefighters versus City Hall. We have the city sponsors, and we have Public Works that are all participating in this. Last year when they did this tournament, they raised about $4,800, and this year they've already topped $7,600 for the United Way. So great fundraiser, great initiative, and so I apologize to my council members. Some of my best ideas that I have as mayor either come to me at midnight when I'm getting home from hockey or when I first wake up in the morning, and so it does message council first thing this morning actually about jerseys. So I apologize to council for the last minute update on us wearing our jerseys. Plan for today is we will take during our lunch break, council's actually going to head over to the rec center to watch the first part of the first game, and so scheduled today we're going to head over and we will be able to watch the firefighters versus City Hall, and so from 12 to 1 is firefighters versus City Hall. City Hall versus city sponsors will be from 1:15 to 2:15, and Public Works versus city sponsors is from 2:30 to 3:30 today. So some games happening over there, all in support of the United Way. So a great initiative, and there will be some information coming out as to ways that the public may be able to support this initiative. And again, all of the money will be going to United Way, which helps fund programming here in the city of Chestermere. Also want to, on a more serious note, on our moment of reflection, just mention an incident that happened in Staveley, Alberta yesterday. And for many of us, this is near and dear to our hearts. For those of us, we have members of our staff as well as members of our council that have children that play hockey. And I personally have a son that plays junior hockey and is on a bus every weekend. And since the Humboldt tragedy, it certainly hits those of us with family members that travel on buses and travel for hockey. It hits, and it's a reminder for all of us. And so I thought that it was important that we, the city of Chestermere, make acknowledgement for what happened in Staveley and the loss of life for Cameron Casoro, JJ Wright, as well as Caden Fine. And so our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to the members of the Mustangs community and the Mustangs hockey with Staveley. There are definitely some connections for Chestermere with this, as many of our, we have a few referees in our community that ref in this league, and we have a league owner who is a resident who's in this league. So there are some deep personal connections. And so just our condolences to the family. It's incredible to see the outreach of love and support that's already been coming out, including from Premier and Prime Minister, acknowledging a tragedy in our hockey world. The Calgary Flames last night made mention that the hockey world is a tight-knit community. It's a big community, but it's a tight-knit community. And so I just want to make acknowledgement of that and wish our condolences to the family in this difficult time. The other one that we wanted to mention during our moment of reflection today is, and it's a awkward transition, but we also wanted to celebrate as we have a number of businesses that have been nominated for Heart of the Community Awards. And so a few weeks ago, we had a presentation that was done by Community Futures Wild Rose. And one of the initiatives that Community Futures Wild Rose does is that Community Futures Wild Rose knows that small businesses are the backbone of our region. They sponsor local events and teams, generously volunteer their time and resources, and exponentially contribute to the community's growth. Through their Heart of Community initiative, they aim to highlight these local heroes who tirelessly support our communities, and they hope to inspire more people to think big and shop local. So that's what the program is, and we wanted to, in our agenda package, you will be able to see comments that were made about each of these businesses. There are some incredible comments that are made about each of our businesses, and they're each highlighted. And if we can just go to the next slide here. So the Chestermere businesses that have been nominated for this award, and my understanding is that the announcement for the recipients of the actual award will be made tomorrow. But even to be nominated is incredible achievement for our businesses. So Chestermere Mobile Massage Incorporated, Chestermere Muslim Council, Domino's Pizza, Harmony Health and Fitness, Little Lake Locals, Our Little Thing, and Tents Up were all nominated for the Small Business Awards for Heart of our Community. And Chestermere City Council has, with administration, has prepared a card on behalf of the City of Chestermere to each of these businesses that Council will be signing, that we will be providing as a congratulations for being nominated. So congratulations to these businesses on their nomination. And if you haven't had a chance, I would encourage members of our public to go and read the comments that are in our agenda package that were provided to us from Community Futures Wild Rose. And again, just want to acknowledge and thank Community Futures Wild Rose for the support that they're providing to our businesses here in the community. Thank them again for the presentation where they came and provided last week. And we continue to look forward to the relationship that we are building with Community Futures Wild Rose and the support that they have of our business community here in Chestermere. With that, I believe we just need the motion to accept for information. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the moment of reflection for information.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll move to public input session. I would see that we have 2 members that have signed up for public input session. Again, public input session for our governance and priorities meeting relates to that is a community-wide issue, and members of the public have 5 minutes to address council. And the first person that we have up for our public input this morning is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal. First of all, I'd like to send my prayers and thoughts to the tragedy that happened in Stavely. Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone that's affected by that tragedy. My name is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal. I'm a resident of the East Acreages. I would like to ask Council if they received and reviewed my email sent last week. I did not receive any feedback of the receipt of the email. And I'd like to remind the city of their promises made 2009 prior to annexation. We had asked if the council could we just heard in the global news that there's a new community of 1,900 houses coming up in Chestermere, which is great news for our community. It's going to enhance our growth. However, we'd like to remind the city that they did make a promise in 2008 prior to annexation with East Acreages areas that they would help us develop our areas as part of the condition for landowners accepting that annexation. And that promise has still been unfulfilled as we continue to talk about this, and you have spoken many times in front of the council here in that regard. We did bring up in the last couple of meetings that there are some amendments we'd like to see in the TRR and the CR that's being proposed. We want council to direct staff to set up a proactive meeting to work out these amendments, so you would get a wholesome presentation for these changes that are coming up. With that, I think that's all I got for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just address a couple of comments there. Yes, I did receive your comments. I apologize. I didn't realize you were looking for something directly back at that time, so I can respond. The response is going to be the same as it has been. We are continuing to move forward. There is a process that happens, and I cannot speak for how other councils have handled it. I can only speak for and defend the way that our council is handling it. We have a public hearing that is coming up for CR. I believe that is coming up. I just need some help with the date. I think it's coming up next week. It's on is it the 10th or the 24th?
24th.
24th, thank you. So on the 24th will be that. There will be ample opportunity, as there was at the public hearing that was done for previous things, for anybody from the public to provide their input for how they feel about CR and suggestions that have been made. So at that time, public will have that opportunity. To address the story that was released on Global News last night, this is a proposed development. Nothing's been approved. This is a proposed development. It will have to go through the same process as everybody else. So Global News did cover a story yesterday. I do want to thank Global News for their coverage of that story yesterday, because in their story yesterday, they were very clear. They said it a number of times. They used the word proposed throughout the story. So I watched with interest yesterday. I understand that I've been sent a clip of it this morning from our communications team. But Global News made it very, very clear. This is a proposed. It has to go through the exact same process as everybody else. So it is not an approved development at this time. So I have seen some comments that have been made within the public that really are some misinformation. This is not an approved development. It is a proposed development that will have to follow the same process where it will go through administration. I'm not sure where it sits with administration at this time. Mr. Chadiak would be the one that would be able to speak to that if he can, because that's a private matter until it comes to public. And then when it comes to council, it will go through the same process. It'll be a first reading for a bylaw. That after the first reading of that bylaw, it will go to public hearing. After public hearing, it will go to second and possibly third reading. So it is proposed, not approved.
I just want to remind the city that there was promises made that if there's other stuff coming in the way, please address the previous promises made.
and I would say that we are addressing it. You have had numerous meetings with administration. We have come up with a new proposal that is coming, while still yet not approved. There's a public hearing that is coming for that, and I absolutely feel and empathize with your frustration as we're moving through this process. Again, I cannot speak to what was done, promised, and or given by previous councils. I can only speak to what this council is working on and what this administration is working on. And I do know that this administration has spent a number of hours working on this, trying to find a solution that is going to work for everybody. And I think that that's where this project is sitting right now. Mr. Edney, I'm not sure, or Mr. Chaddock, if there's anything else, or that covers it. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor Dean. I think you captured it well. Yeah, the only other comment I'll have is we haven't received any sort of application on those lands to the south that were discussed on Global News yesterday. So,
Oh, there you go.
yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. And then finally, sorry, not finally, the next one that we have on here is Mr. Fred Devereaux is next. Good morning.
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name's Fred Deere. I am a longtime resident of the MD and city area. Since 2009, I'm just going to go back and give a little bit of history here, and I hope the administration is hearing me, because yesterday I heard CR and the city is now entertaining the acreage areas with this new CR thing that's coming up. We have the TRR already in place and approved, and I'm going to explain to you people how that came about. In 2010, I tried to, well, first off, in 2009, we were annexed by the town of Chestermere. In 2010, I believe the city became the municipality became a city, which changed the development rules in the two specific areas known as North and East, and actually Paradise Meadows. We've only produced, I heard Mr. Such, Director of Infrastructure, now hired 6 months ago, stand here and tell you that our land hasn't been frozen. Since 2009, we have only produced in these two areas 2 1-acre parcels, and in 2015, council approved a commercial development, 9 acres, in the North Acreage area, which we tried to capitalize on, and that 9-acre development was done without municipal servicing, totally uncontextual to what we've been told that we have to hook in. We've been lied to, misinformation. The city used my drawings to produce the TRR, and the TRR came into effect probably, well, it was brought to council in 2015, the idea of it. There's only 2 small changes that need to be made to the TRR, and we'd like to discuss that and get that going forward. The CRR thing is just another waiting game. It's just another big red herring for the acreage owners. TRR works, and the applications that we've got and the shadowing that we've done can easily be tied in to municipal services once the service extensions are there, or developers come in at at higher densities, and we can get the servicing available to hook into these existing lots that we're trying to produce now. The amount of money that the city has squandered and just let go by, it's in the millions from 2015 to today. I believe it's almost a decade that everything that we're talking about here under the TRR today could have been done in 2015. And if the city would have listened then, they had a different staff, they didn't have enough staff, they didn't have competent staff to deal with the acreage developments. And I don't believe they still do. You know, Mr. Such comes in, he's 6 months on the job, he's got his own opinion, and he's brought his own new remedy. And we've been here for 17 years telling you what we want to remedy, and it works. Just on my development alone, the city could be collecting $70,000 a year in tax revenue without spending $1, which the city has not spent $1 in the 17 years on any capital infrastructure in the north acreage anyways. A little bit maybe in the east, but nothing in the north. So I beg of you to either set up a task force and allow us to come to make these small amendments to the TRR, which will work for everybody right now. And if the city wants to develop some stuff in the east acreages using their CR, well, have at it. But we need some development to happen in the north acreage area. Mr. Gill is here. He's got an application before us. We're trying to figure out how to get the service extensions through with engineering, and we believe that we can do it fairly quickly and a lot more inexpensively than having the city do it and have it covered by the OSL levies. And I'm very concerned about this new thing where the OSL levies are going to come from and go to. So, like I say, I hope you get our gist again. I've been here for 17 years, and we'd like to see 2 amendments to the TRR.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your comments, and I appreciate your comments. The one thing I will push back on, and the one thing that I will not stand for as mayor of the city of Chestermere is we have an incredibly competent staff, and I'm fully behind my CAO and each of my city directors, and I will defend them unquestioningly. I cannot speak highly enough of the work that Mr. Chadiak has done since coming to the city of Chestermere. The work that he is doing in our planning and development department to be able to move things forward, the mentorship that he is providing to some of our more junior staff, if you will, not junior in terms of age, but at times just junior in terms of experience. Mr. Chadiak brings a wealth of experience. He has certainly taught me things that I have not known about this, and so we hear your frustration. I appreciate your suggestion on the idea of a task force, as we have seen some success with our council with task forces. I would just caution that even in times of frustration, and I understand that we are frustrated, as I said, I think our CAO, Mr. Edney, has done an incredible job, and the job that he is doing right now with the hiring of staff and the staff that he has brought in and the team that he is building with our executive leadership team is outstanding. And I will defend our staff. And no, I'm sorry, your time is up this morning for speaking. No, I'm sorry. Thank you. So with that, we accept for information. Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council accept the public input regarding east acreages and concerns about the TRR districts for information.
We good? We good, Josh? Okay. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. So with that, we have a few items that are timed as to when they're going to come. We have a presentation that's coming at 10 a.m. and then we have a presentation that's coming at 1 a.m. So going to skip down now to item 6.1.1, which is our public inquiry service update, strategies and expectations, presented by Miss Candace Dennison. Good morning.
Good morning. Candace Dennison, Director of Strategic Services, and I am presenting the Public Inquiry Service Update. I'll start by saying that I struggled a bit with what to call this report because at its core, this is really about public service. It's about how the city provides assistance and how residents, businesses, and community partners experience the city. Whether someone is walking up to the front counter, calling us, emailing, filling out a form on our website, that experience should feel consistent. It shouldn't matter whether you're applying for an electrical permit, paying a tax bill, seeking social services, or reporting a pothole. From the public's perspective, they're contacting the city. I don't think it will surprise anyone to hear that today that experience isn't always consistent. We have multiple access points and good people responding in good faith, but we haven't yet been intentional or unified in how public inquiries are handled across the organization. Right now, people can contact the city in person at the front counter, by phone, email, through online forms, and by the Report It tool, or by contacting members of council directly. I also want to be clear that the city does not monitor or respond through community-run social media pages, including Facebook groups. Those spaces are important for conversation, but they are not a reliable way to contact the city. If someone contacts the mayor or a councillor, those inquiries are forwarded to administration so they can be addressed appropriately. Residents also have the option to request a short 15-minute meeting with the mayor, which is intended as additional access point and not a service request system. Over the past while, administration has fixed some foundational issues that were quietly undermining confidence, like restoring the Report It tool, confirming receipt of submissions, and correcting email filtering issues. These aren't flashy changes, but they do matter. Where we still have work to do is measurement and consistency. We don't yet have a clear picture of volumes, response times, or trends, and we don't have formal service standards guiding this work. What's happening next is that administration is taking a closer look at how public inquiries flow through the organization today, where people experience confusion or delay, and how we can be more intentional going forward. We're also being mindful of other work that is being done, so any future improvements are coordinated and not piecemeal. This report is about being transparent on where we are today and acknowledging that while we're doing good work, we are striving to do better. Improvements are coming thoughtfully and deliberately, and I'm happy to listen to any discussion or questions.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think part of the reason why this came was I think we just want to have a conversation on a number of different items. One about what is happening, and B, perhaps an educational piece for our public as to how you can contact us. I know one of the comments that I had when I read this report is I didn't think we're actually giving ourselves enough credit for the number of different ways that you have access to council to bring your concerns forward. And you've outlined a lot of them in here. You have ways, not just to council. I apologize. I misspoke there a little bit. To the city of Chestermere, you have the opportunity to bring your concerns to particular members of administration. I know that many members of the public who have attended 15-minute meetings with the mayor can attest to the fact that in my office, I have a business card for all of the directors and many of the managers within the city of Chestermere, so that when somebody comes with a concern, I can go, here's exactly who you need to contact about that concern, and that they will be able to follow up with you. I also think the Report It tool is another great tool that we have that people are able to utilize, and I appreciate that in the report you highlighted that we've been able to clean that up a little bit in terms of where that information is going and things like that. And I also think too that what we need to make very, very clear is we do not monitor community social media sites. We just don't. Contacting the city or trying to get your concern addressed through community social media sites is just not the way to have that done. And so there are multiple other ways. And so one of my hopes from this is that I would love to see us be able to produce something that's really simple and straightforward for our public that says, have a concern, here's the number of ways, and just like bullet points come out ways that can do that. But then also have a holistic conversation about some possible ideas. And I would caveat the rest of this conversation of this is is a brainstorming session, an idea session. This is a spitballing session. The city of Chestermere is not committing to any of the ideas that are about to come out of a councillor's and or another administrator's mouth with regards to some of these things, because I know that I have a few ideas that I want to bring forward, but they all have budget implications and things like that. So I just want to caveat this conversation that it is truly a brainstorming to be able to provide some ideas and thoughts. So first of all, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So to kind of lead into your comments there about this being brainstorming, I may be taking a little bit of thunder away from Director Dennison, but we had a meeting last week, the executive team did, and we're implementing some changes internally on workflow processes. And what we quickly realized is this was an easy process to put out for the public. So if you've ever seen the 311 app with the City of Calgary, something you can download. It's a page on their website. You can go and get your garbage collection schedule, etc. But there's also a really good tool in there for reporting issues in real time with GPS location, pictures, you name it. There's also ways to get news alerts, notifications, all that kind of stuff. So I can't promise a timeline, but I can promise that this is under development currently in the city of Chestermere to roll out at some point. I'm going to say mid this year to later this year. I'm not rushing it too much. Again, this is one of these things where recognizing some of the challenges that the public has had over the past year, we don't want to roll something out that isn't well thought out and doesn't serve their needs. But wanted to let council know that we are on that workflow, and hopefully that'll be a big step forward into finding an easy way to communicate with the public, and more importantly, the public to communicate back with us.
Yeah, I think one of the things that happens often when council attends conferences, whether it be Amy Muni's or RMA, that we bring resources back. And one of the things that we have seen is that there's a number of communities, including communities that are our size, that have adopted these city apps, where it's a great way, a great tool to communicate about emergencies. It's a great tool to communicate about regular day-to-day things, as well as for public to be able to provide feedback as well. So turning to council, any comments, questions, ideas that you want to offer with regards to this particular presentation? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think you said my name before I pressed the button. Through you, my major comment to administration is I think there's an element of customer service training that's needed with members of staff. I haven't personally experienced any interactions or heard of any interactions between administration and the public that were rude or cold. But I think customer service is more than just neutral. And so there's some training that could be done there, and maybe working that into job descriptions for frontline roles and that kind of thing as well. The other thing that I would like to hear is feedback at some point from administration on your opinion on how contact from the public to members of council is forwarded to administration, because I know we all have a slightly different process for that, and I'd be really curious what administration prefers on that front. Thank you.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean, and good question, Councillor Sandbo. I think the process that most of you are using works pretty good. I think you've got a pretty good understanding. While there's been a lot of changes at executive and management level over the recent months, I think you've got a pretty good understanding of which director is responsible for which area that the complaint might go to. So right now, I think most of you are sending that complaint directly to the director and then CCing myself for awareness. And I think that's a good process for now to deal with these issues. And then I know too, just for public's awareness, oftentimes if there hasn't been a response, respective councillor does follow up to make sure it's something we're working on and make sure we do provide a response. So I think that process works good for us right now.
Great, thank you. And also within that too, often on it's great if I'm CC'd on those as well, only because I'm here every day, and there will be often times where somebody may follow up and they just come in person. It's one of the things that I've certainly learned is the number of people that just show up on a daily basis at Wednesday at 4:00 to say hi to the mayor. Usually friendly, but yeah, if I have that piece of information, it's certainly helpful for when that person drops in for that quick follow-up. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. Excuse me. I just want to, through the chair to administration, just thank you guys for really listening to us over the last year and a bit to improve our communications. I think we've certainly had a vast change in where we were and where we are today. Personally, one of my favorite things is to have those info posts or articles about how the city operates, and so I would just love to keep those going. That way, we can refer people to how to our processes and educate them so they can easily navigate the city going forward. So yeah, so that's my favorite thing to do, and I hope we continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think too, another thing that I think is important to highlight is that we have seen a lot of changes with council and administration. We have some stability here now for the next 4 years, which is fantastic. However, with some of those changes comes also the machine keeps going, if you will, while at the same time trying to repair parts of the machine that may need some repairing, but the machine still has to keep going and the pace doesn't change. And so I think one of the things that I think sometimes is difficult to communicate is just how busy things are on the day-to-day basis and how often it happens. So I know in your report that you mentioned that we don't necessarily have a tracking system, but do we have any even guesstimation as to how many reported that we get at the moment? For example, like just on the reported side, do we have any kind of a guesstimation on that level, or we truly just have no tracking at the moment right now? Mrs. Dennison?
There is truly no tracking at
Okay.
the moment. I'm sure those analytics do exist, that we could go and look at them if we did want to, but it's not done holistically or consistently, and it's not done in a way to inform what we're doing next.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, go forward from here. What would administration like to see as a go forward? So it sounds like we have something coming, hopefully midsummer. It is awesome to sit where I get to sit and watch staff reactions, as the CA was talking about, when something's coming with a date, and watch the eyeballs go. That was a very amusing moment, Mr. Edney. I just want to let you know. But is there anything else that administration is looking for right now in terms of a direction from council with regards to this? Either Mr. Edney or Ms. Dennison. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. No, not at this time. I think this was more just for information to let you know that, like Councillor Schindler mentioned, we're listening. I like your analogy. The machine continues to move. The machine continues to move faster and get bigger while we're trying to repair it. So some of these things take some time, but we're actively working on it. And hopefully a year from now when we have this update, we've got a whole new process and everybody's a little less unhappy, because nobody's ever happy.
So you're thinking here, because my thought was I was wondering about having an update coming to the June GAP meeting, or perhaps what if we looked at having an update to this report come to the September GAP meeting? Because with that timeline you gave, maybe the September timeline would be better? Okay, can I have a motion then that the committee direct administration to bring back a update on the public inquiry service report from February 3rd, 2026. to the September, I've got it here, September 22nd Governance and Priorities meeting. Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you. Goodness. I'm going to try and read this without my glasses. Okay, no, I will. I broke my glasses. Sorry, it's hard to read. The Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring back an update to or on the public hearing inquiries service update report from the February 3rd, 2026 Governance and Priorities meeting to the September 22nd, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I do see that our guest presenter is here for his presentation, so perhaps we could start a couple of minutes early. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back at 9:50. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here and restarting our meeting here this morning. So, moving to our next item, we have a public presentation for Foundational Learning Community presented by Carrie Hillgardner. Public presentations are booked for as a 15-minute presentation. That 15 minutes does not include questions that council may have, but we do have the clock on the screen as a reminder for everybody. And so away we go. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mayor Shanadine and fellow councillors and all the people here in the room for taking the time to listen about our big project at the Foundational Learning Community. Last time we were here at the GAPS committee meeting, we talked about creating a center. We've made some significant progress in that regard. We'd like to talk about that today. But we'd also like to talk about moving from just about a center to dealing with pathways. Now, pathways is a term which is commonly used in terms of having a direction. And in the training and learning realm, we think of pathways as a student's journey from where they start to where they end, which is usually some kind of credential or some kind of vocation. And the pathways are important because that's where the trainer, the trainee, and the community all connect. And we'll talk about that further. Which I had the button last time. Here we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. So today I just want to talk about what we're trying to do here, and that is continue to seek support from the community as represented by the council and the city hall here. As we last spoke, for us, it's about having support in the financial, zoning, and advocacy area. Adult learning and training and testing is minimal here in Chestermere. And it's certainly not necessarily directed by the community. We want to change that. We want to create our own community adult learning program as part of this. And we want to do that as a nonprofit, which the Foundational Learning Community is, and bring in partners that are profits such as SAIT, Polytechnic, and Hillgardner Training, and KDL Consulting. We want to be able to maximize what we can do for this community while keeping its identity. We've put a new name on the center, Training and Evaluation Center, simply to put forth the focus that we are working on training. Our partnership with SAIT, with working with these pathways, will focus on putting people through credentials and getting them into vocations, ones that fit here in Chestermere now and into the future. Our new slogan is New Training and Improving Local Access. And we hope that that theme resonates with what we do here. We've also, in terms of our achievement, I'll talk a bit about briefly our education portal, which SAIT has created for Chestermere. So students from Chestermere who enroll in those programs will receive a discount and will be considered full SAIT students, which is an opportunity not to be ignored. We will also offer to complement what we do from our years of experience, work experience, pre-apprenticeship, language learning, and high school equivalency programs, because we also know that part of a pathway is not a direct line. And in fact, the majority of adult students will at some point make a decision to change or alter their course based on their own personal experience, based on the community, based on the availability of jobs, and based on the availability of training. We will also want to feature performance labs. And this is a new effective evaluation model for training. It's done at places like SAIT and other polytechnics, where when you work in a field, you get to work on projects or work that you would normally in that vocation and get evaluated them. And not just by a trainer, but somebody who's a subject expert in that field. We also will quickly talk about our connections with the community and our involvement with any community agencies here. And we'll talk briefly about implementation steps to get the center running and get its training pathways going. Local vocational opportunities. Having spoken with members of the community and community agencies, and having started a needs assessment, we've identified apprenticeship, healthcare, business, digital literacy, and leadership as possible pathways or general fields that may be of interest to members of both students and industry and the community here. These vocations become sort of the endpoints for these pathways. We build programming, we build funding, we build supports around those pathways. From those pathways, a student will make a training plan, which means they'll decide how much things will cost, the supports that they need as a student or as a trainee, and they'll do so. And what we want to do as a model is we want to create at the Foundational Learning Center a training plan that they can carry with them to their next training opportunity, their next training program, possibly even to their employee as part of a portfolio. As a critical part of that, we're going to have a certified educational pathways advisor. I ask you to say that now twice in reverse. No, yeah. This is the person that will help the trainees sit down and make that training plan. They will have connections to industry and community support agencies in the community. They will help this person choose a pathway and from there create a plan. They will help them with registrations and programs and organizations. So for example, that education portal, that opportunity we have there will be a huge first step for making some of those things happen. They will also work for application for grants for the student. The community itself will also be applying for grants as training is an expensive business. They will also help the student find learning and accessibility supports. Upon entrance into a Foundational Learning Center program or educational pathway, students will be required to do diagnostics or transmit documents from previous tests so we can find out where they are and what they will need. Hopefully, we will be able to then monitor that plan, update that plan, and share that plan as needed and wanted with the student. In terms of being able to manage this, like other community colleges, there will be a Pathways advising fee that can either be paid by grants or can be included in center partner programming tuition. What does that mean? If you take a program that the Foundational Learning Center has a connection with or partnership with, we will include that Pathways advising fee as part of it. The reason we want to do that is we know that having a plan, a training plan, is probably one of the biggest factors in completing. And by completing, meaning getting a credential and obtaining work. Whew, that was a mouthful. I went to a lot of work to make this animation, so I hope you appreciate it. But this is what a pathway might look. So digital and AI skills might be a pathway coming up with a new data center like Beacon appearing. So we want, as a community, to have those people to be able to work and spend and live and be part of the community here. That might be an important pathway. A particular path might be a database administrator. So this person has started a path on the training and is essential skills. So essential skills deals with things like showing up on time, completing work, task management, working with others. If that person is required of that or recommended for that, we'll have them do some of that as part of their training plan. From there, they'll go on and do any kind of entrance courses or programming that they need. For example, a lot of apprenticeships, it's mandated by Alberta government that they take an apprenticeship test or the equivalent, such as a -3 level math course, a -2 level English course, and the occasional science, depending on what level of competition you're going in there. I believe that's a pathway that's underused that we can boost, that we will, as Hillgartner Learning, have courses offered in it. From there, they go on to doing something vocational when they're applied and entered. So SATE, we will have incredible access to that. But as a non-profit community, Foundational Learning will be open to any learning organizations. It'll just be some that we have some partnerships or arrangements with that will work for us. From there, the lovely thing about training is it doesn't end once you have the job. There's onboarding, there's skill training, and we hope to be able to do some of that with partners with business and industry and entrepreneurs as a way to keep training and these pathways growing. There we go. It's got a hat now. What is a training plan? Have you ever played the game Waterworks? Yeah, it's exactly like that. So you start off with a diagnostic, you provide advising, you talk about funding, you come up with a plan which you know will change, you come up with registration, which is its own game and adventure. We work on studying, we provide supports, workplace training. So one of the things that we're going to have is a work experience program, which will be optional but highly recommended. And we want to work with industry, employers, and entrepreneurs here in Chestermere, because we think that's a great way to build a relationship between employer, trainee, and trainer. And we've done it in the past. The majority of students who go through those programs do find work, maybe not necessarily even in their initial field, but make changes or make decisions, because we're not talking about carpentry, we're not talking about database administration, we're doing it, we're seeing it. Yeah. From there, they'll go on and get a credential. One of the things that SAIT does well for courses, it does micro-credentials, which you can use, but it also has certificates that are recognized. And we will connect them with credentials that are inside and outside of SAIT, because we will have an evaluation center that will be able to do it. We'll have performance labs for the heavily skill-based, and we will have testing for the more academics like the MCATs or even the high school equivalency diploma CAKE. From there, we go on to onboarding and upskilling. And if we got wrenches and you got leaks along the way, that's part of a training plan. Cool, there's the Waterworks in the full version there. Says much of the same thing. And then we want to get them up to employment. And then if it's a circle, it's because we keep doing it. Education portal, the part you were all waiting here and excited for. We have it, we have the contract. We can register students in SAIT programming. On February 19th, we are having a Chestermere Training Expo. You are all invited to attend, in which we will showcase that portal, which means that our education pathway advisor can take a student or trainee coming in and even talk to entrepreneurs and industry here and come up with an alignment of courses that will help them with their path. Students will receive a discount. They will receive the full supports and benefits of being a SAIT student, and they will receive a discount on their tuitions. One of the things that we've decided with SAIT is that we will be offering online, in-person, and hybrid offerings. Our first round will be largely online, as we do not have a site or a base yet, but we're working hard to obtain one. Our offerings will be based on cohort size and industry agreements. So in other words, we will be doing continuous, sort of as it were, needs assessments or surveys to determine the demand for a particular course. If there's sufficient demand in registration, then we will offer it. No questions, so forth. The work experience program, which is something that's at my own personal heart as a support for students, will be a featured part of the center. We know that many people along their pathways or plans do not complete because they don't see the relevance, or there is not a job market for it, or there is no real matchup in terms of what they expected. So we'll have levels. We'll have an observation level, a practicum level, and an internship level. We know that this work experience helps them make job decisions, but we also think it fosters and sustains industry in Chestermere. I come out here and I know I will have a skilled workforce. I know I can come out here and I know I can have input on that workforce. I know that I will come out here and do training because I've heard of this work experience program. It will produce greater job satisfaction, improve work performance, and it creates an employee commitment. We will also make sure that we do the work experience program the right way, that the trainer, the trainee, and the employer will all be at the table. And we'll talk about how to do observations as part of an evaluation with managers and employees. Students will do instruction in-course work on safety and on work expectations and skills, right? So, moving along, high school equivalency program. Well, this is where we started. There is no GED. The high school equivalency diploma program is important because if you don't complete something on this pathway, you have nothing to fall back on. You cannot receive employment or go on to many academic places without the equivalent of a high school diploma. These are prep hybrid courses. Hillgartner Learning is currently creating workbooks with pro literacy and will be offering courses in Cake starting February 20th, the day after our expo. We will be applying to be an official testing center, which we hope to open in fall. All of our instructors dealing with the Cake Prep will be certified instructors with Alberta Education. That's something that sometimes gets missed or overlooked. And this will become a base credential for employment.
So we've come
Now we come to the end, yeah.
to the end of the 15. I want to thank you for this presentation. I know that council's had the opportunity. We got it in advance as part of our agenda package. And one of the things that I appreciate about our council is that I know that this council reads every word of every agenda, as we can see when the questions come up, is something, I appreciate about our council. So going to questions, I guess the question that I have is right at the top of your presentation under purpose, you talk about the idea of financial zoning and advocacy. So I guess what I am wondering is, what is your specific ask of what you would like to see the city of Chestermere to do with regards to this project?
Yes. So one of the things is we need a site and we need a zone. And we're well aware through the nonprofit committee and other committees that there's work on creating a nonprofit hub. Mm-hmm. We would love to be an anchor tenant on that nonprofit hub. And one of the reasons we want to be an anchor tenant on the nonprofit hub is we serve all those other community agencies. We also think that training is a fundamental way for both the community and for industry. As a sort of brief example, at a last interagency meeting, which is associated, we were given scenarios in which to help a group of families, and we were given a couple of scenarios. And in both cases, access to training would mean access to work, would at least put them on a road to solving the problems, and not being a handout, but a help up. You know.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I have a couple follow-ups with that, but I see Councilor Worzanowski jumped in. Councilor,
No, if you have a follow-up, go ahead.
You good? I guess my follow-up to that would be, I guess what we would be looking for from a city perspective is a business plan for that, right? So the city generally is not in the business of developing a business plan for either a not-for-profit or a private business. Zoning's obvious, right? So if somebody is coming to us with an idea and we can help with zoning, I know that we did one somewhat, the Beacon Data Center is a great example, right? Beacon Data Center came to us, they have a business plan, they're working with our economic development department, they're coming with an idea, they've got a business plan, they come, and to hit all the points of their business plan, they needed some things done with zoning. So council goes ahead and does things with zoning. There's some budget requests that they have with that from staffing. So CAO brings forward, hey, I need some money for this, for budget to set aside to do that. But that all comes because the applicant comes with a business plan. So I guess one of the things that we're looking for, but then the zoning's obvious. If you have a spot that you want to go and the barrier that's in your way is zoning, well, that's easy. That's a motion of council, and should council support that, they just rezone the land and away we go, right? So the zoning's easy. The financial, I don't think that this council has demonstrated consistently, both internally and externally, that we don't support something financially without a rationale and business plan. So I'm wondering if you've already developed a business plan. So if you want to be an anchor tenant, what does that look like for you? How much are you paying a month? What does that look like? What is your income stream? Has all of those things already been determined?
Yes and no. We worked on an implementation plan when we were started here and we did our last presentation. We've only made recent connections with David Sheedy to kind of bring that forward. We're also doing our needs assessment surveys to get a handle on the numbers that we'll be able to access. We are trying to meet with industry leaders in commerce to get a sense of what, so that we can do some of those numbers.
Okay.
as part of that implementation plan, we have a timeline, we have an estimated budget. But like with all things, as things change or move forward, so do that. Yeah. So we'd be more than willing to present that. Just did not think that at the GAP meeting this was the place necessarily to do that at this point. Yeah.
Understood. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Councilor.
We're also going to be producing what's called a feasibility report based on some of those numbers. So we'd like the opportunity to present that at some point. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Councilor Wozanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. And thank you to you, Mr. Hillgartner. You'd mentioned the feasibility or needs assessment. My question was surrounding, employing the youth is a challenge in Canada and Alberta, and certainly here in the city of Chestermere. Have you identified any specific demographics, or are you waiting on completing your needs assessment to understand who needs employment, if the training will get them employment? From what I'm hearing from residents, a lot of these kids, young adults, are very well trained, very well educated, and still can't find work. So there are grants available, there's IRAP, there's lots of funding available specific to young adults under the age of 25 through the Alberta government, through the federal government. Have you been able to dive down deeply and understand what our community needs?
Yes, I think we've had a chance through ongoing conversations over the last couple of years to get a sense of those needs. With our programming, we're largely in the realm of 19 plus. So we would work with youth and youth programs as being part of our audience. But we also have other agencies in Chestermere that deal with that, such as the Rocky View Community Schools, which would have more connection to them as continuing learners, right? So we would certainly support those initiatives, but it's about being where does our programming lead. For example, the high school equivalency diploma is only available to people 19 and up. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then just as a follow-up, you speak largely here about vocational, and have you considered any post-secondaries, with relationships? There's a shortage of many professionals as well in all the communities, certainly here, discussing that with U of C or Mount Royal or anything like that.
Yes. It's, however, harder to knock down that door, but we're having worked with community colleges, things like the high school equivalency diploma, open those things up. Yeah. We also have changed our focus to training, but we haven't forgotten about academics. And in fact, when we first started, that's all we were thinking was largely academics. But we would still be open to those types of things, especially with our testing area and that types of things. But I've sat on accreditation and acceptance councils before. So that would be part of an ongoing process. If we have to create an immediate focus, it's to get to this training table and to be offering something to get some people working it.
Great.
You cannot be the solution to all things.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the Chair to Administration and the presenter, Mr. Hillgartner. Thank you for this. I know we've talked before about the testing center, and I think it's a fantastic idea. It does help support people. I like what you said about how it's not a handout, it's a hand up. Mm-hmm. And I think that's fantastic in today's world is, let's teach people how to fish, not give them a fish. So I think that's really great if we can be part of that. I love the pre-apprenticeship stuff you're talking about. As Councillor Wozanowski alluded to, there is shortages in all aspects, particularly the trades is going to be crucial and critical in the future. I don't know if you know what's happening in the Calgary market, but obviously there's a lot of big projects that are happening, and those projects are just starting to suck up all the excess trades, and there's going to be a shortage immediately. So pre-apprenticeship program is a great way to get people in the gate, in the door, in the gate, and set them down that path, which is another part of what I like about what you said is setting the path, because I agree you need a path to complete something, and once you do, there is a great avenue to a future for you. So I think that's great. I do have questions about the online versus when you get bricks and mortar, and will that include labs and stuff, and maybe conversations about how we can be helping hand in that. But I like what you're doing, and I appreciate that this is in our community. So I encourage you to keep up the great work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Yep.
Any other comments, questions?
Could I just make a comment
Absolutely.
on that, though? I think, though, the from experience, though, is we need to have industry and commerce at the table first. Because there's no point in building a program in a particular field if there's no possibility for employment or sustainable for here and now and in the future. Yep.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And again, through yourself, to Mr. Hillgartner, you almost took the words out of my mouth about having commerce and industry here. My question is simple. In 1 or 2 sentences, what do you need to get started? Is it an industry partner? Is it somebody? I mean, obviously you need the students, but there's a chicken and egg before this goes.
Yeah, I need a training committee or association. And I would like to include Hillgartner Learning, Foundational Learning, SATE. Would also like to include members from industry. And the members from industry and commerce are harder to connect with necessarily sometimes because many of them are not directly situated here in Chestermere. But we're working on that. One of the things on the later slide is I have a training pathways coffee meeting where people can book a meeting with me, we can interview, and we can talk about these plans and the effects on that as a way to building that. I think the reason it needs a committee or association is that this is bigger than just myself or the Foundational Learning Committee. This is about the city. And there's one way to say that, and then there's a way to do that, right? And we need those groups and those people at that table to spearhead some of the ideas and carry this forward. I hope I answered your question. Probably.
Yeah, would you see yourself, though, as creating that committee and that association? Like, who would create that committee or that association?
I would like to see the city, SATE, and Foundational Learning as the spearheading of that, yep.
So, okay, that's 3 very large partners. So who spearheads it? Because when you say the city, right, like we're a big entity, right? So are you thinking that that's a committee that's formed as a committee of council, or like
Outside
of what?
Outside of necessarily a council or outside of SATE. It's an independent organization that comes here and handles needs assessment. That comes here connecting with industry partners and people.
Gotcha.
That's got a balance of community, industry, and programming at the table, right? So it's not seen as the snake oil salesman here with lots of products to sell you and run away from, right?
Yeah. No, and that makes a lot of sense. I think what we're just trying to nail down as a city is, again, the exact plan, right? Because we've demonstrated in numerous ways support for organizations, support for ideas, support for plans. But generally, the process for that is somebody comes with that. Because I don't know if this is a city spearheaded initiative. I don't know if any of my fellow councillors feel differently, but I don't know if this is something that's spearheaded by the city of Chestermere as opposed to spearheaded by somebody else and supported by the city of Chestermere in terms of zoning, in terms of if there's like an application for funding because there's a business plan, and within that business plan, because it's an not-for-profit, maybe there's a shortfall in funding, and so maybe the city's able to help fill that gap. But that's what I'm just trying to ascertain as to what the exact go forward would be.
One of the reasons we want to have an association is we want training and its impacts on economic development and community to be on that economic development plan, on that municipal development plan.
Yeah.
We want that to be mentioned on that social development plan. We want to be part of the visions of growing those things.
Right. And I don't mean to come across negative in any way, shape, or form.
Nope.
What's stopping you from starting that association tomorrow?
Agreement, people on that table that are interested in it,
Okay.
that have a stake in it.
Okay.
Not I would do it and it sounds nice. I
Yeah.
would be, yes, this matches our current vision and we're willing to commit this at this time with the possibility of going forward. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, through administration to Mr. Hillgartner. I'm listening to all this and finding perhaps some crossover with some of our other committees. with economic development, or I'm not sure if we have room for an education committee. But there are thoughts. I think that if we had more ideas, more bit like the business plan and things to go forward with. Sorry, I'm kind of not sure where I'm going with this, but have you approached committees that we currently have for presentation?
Yes.
To do a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
I've met with economic development. I've met with community wellness. We ran
Right. And
a town hall at which you were present. We started an implementation plan a year ago.
right.
And this is what I'm talking about, a committee, is that somebody's bringing it forward, that it's present here, and that it takes its momentum of its own as something that's needed here.
Right. I'm also thinking like the library does. The
Library and the community adult program have shown no interest in this center or this program at this point.
Okay.
And they were invited to the town hall. They've been invited to meetings and discussions. And to almost quote verbatim, the head of the CALP program at the town hall said, "Good luck. Let us know how it goes when you're done." Even though we'd offered them a seat,
Okay.
we'd offered them the use of the testing center because they don't have a center right now, or programming. So
Have you approached, and Councillor Sandbo might be able to speak to this a little more, the Community Futures Wild Rose as a partner?
yes, and they said, no, we're not able to do those types of things. We can provide you with support for bookkeeping and those things at this point.
Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
Business.
Not to put them down, they do wonderful things, but that was just not an approach for them at that point. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I might be able to talk offline, but yeah, I had some more questions. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and my comments through you. Thank you for the presentation. I've heard a lot about this over the last year or so, and I think it's a wonderful idea. So, just summarizing what other comments have been here, it's a chicken and egg scenario, right? So it sounds like what you need to get going is this association, but it also sounds like you're looking for some firm commitments before the association begins. I think that the Community Futures Wild Rose model might work really well for you. So what they do is they have a nonprofit, and in their bylaws, they have seats on their board of directors available to different stakeholders. And whether or not that stakeholder chooses to send someone, they continue on with their operations. And so I wonder if something like that could work, where the association is established and you, with your expertise, maybe you can identify who those partners that you want to extend an invitation to are. So that could be City of Chestermere, that could be SAIT. And specifically at the City of Chestermere, are you looking for a councillor to invite to sit on this board, or are you looking for a member of administration? Maybe you invite someone from the Chamber of Commerce, and it's a seat for an organization rather than an individual. And that would make it really easy for partners to give you a yes or a no. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Oh, I would welcome that idea. And that was kind of sort of our initial approach, obviously not as well stated as you put it. So we definitely would revisit going to a place like the Wild Rose Futures, and they're excited about it. But yes, most of their programming at the time was aimed, as Councillor Rob over here mentioned, were aimed at youth. So the idea of an adult training center, I don't know, it went really good at the first one. I was invited to meet with the board of directors and people, and then it fizzled. It went a different direction. Mm-hmm. And here we are. But it certainly would be welcome to revisit that or open that door, yeah. The part of coming to the table is you need to know the table and what you need to bring and those types of things. But I thank you for that advice.
Yeah. If I could, I would invite you to set the table and invite the people to come and sit down. Okay. And then I think it will move forward a lot faster.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I agree. Absolutely. Okay. Any other questions from council with regards to the presentation? Okay, with that, I think at this time the action item for us on this is to accept for information. And then I would suggest that there's some councillors that have suggested some ideas, and feel free, as we said at the very beginning of our meeting, the ability to reach out to councillors for some feedback, as a couple have expressed some ideas.
Yes, I'd also like to continue with David Sheedy and our work on the the implementation plan and this feasibility report.
Sure. I can't speak to that as
No,
that is the work of administration, so that would be Mr. Edney's world. But he's in the room and can hear that and take that away. Great. With that, we'll have the motion to accept the presentation of information, please. Can I have from Council, Councillor Sambo?
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the public presentation from Foundational Learning Community for information.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or motions from Council with regards to the matter? Seeing none. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
Appreciate
listening and giving us your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. With that, I see she's in the room, but I'm going to say this slowly. If we're ready to go to 6.3.2, which is the recreation-related motions. Are we ready for that? Okay, awesome. So we're going to go to item 6.3.2, which is recreation-related motions update, presented by Kylie Hoskins, Manager of Corporate Properties and Recreation, as well as Mr. Edney, our CAO. Council, you will have received on your desk this morning a package of the motions. And so I know what happened was when the agenda went to be published, this part of the report wasn't quite ready to go online yet, which is why we're receiving it here this morning. So we may have to take a few minutes to go through, but I think that Ms. Hoskins is going to walk us through this a little bit in terms of the motions that were made, but I also see that Mr. Edney has already hit his button over there. So Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to build off your quick comment of why this isn't in the agenda package. Generally, something coming the next week, the motion at council is actually too late to meet our internal processes to get on the agenda. So thank you to Ms. Hoskins for putting in all this work to make sure something was available on a really quick turnaround for the committee to review. So that's the only reason it isn't in the agenda package, but it will be added there now that it's part of the meeting.
Yes, speaking to the machine comment earlier, we know that administration is not sitting waiting for the next motion from council for the next thing that they're working on. So I do want to say thank you for your flexibility with this. Looking through this really quickly, there are obviously a number of motions. Do we have a number right now? Do you know the number off the top of your head as to how many motions are? I heard yesterday in a quick comment from Ledge Services, I think it's in excess of 50.
92.
92. 92 motions. Since July of 2024, this council has made 92 motions with regards to recreation. It might be a priority for this council. So, Ms. Hoskins, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Kylie Hoskins, Manager Corporate Properties and Recreation. I'm here to present the report for information for updates for recreation-related motions. Since July 2024, Council has passed a number of motions related to recreation. These motions form part of Council's ongoing work to support recreation services and infrastructure within the community. At the January 27th to 2026 meeting, Council directed administration to prepare a report summarizing all recreation-related council motions made since July 2024, organized chronologically and reflecting the current status of each. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with a consolidated overview of recreation-related motions and their current status. This includes identifying actions that have been completed, work that is underway, and items that require further sequencing, resourcing, or future council direction. This report is intended to support transparency, continuity, and a shared understanding between council and administration regarding recreation-related decisions and their implementation. It also supports consistent tracking and accountability for recreation-related files moving forward. So 2 files have been prepared, one ordered chronologically with all the recreation-related motions and the other by project type. For simplicity of this presentation, I'll be referencing the project-based report. Housekeeping motions, such as motions to move in and out of closed session, have not been included in this report. If we can please bring up the report, it's there. So starting with the Chestermere Regional Recreation Center. So all motions are complete with 1 motion outstanding. This motion is in progress and administration continues to work with the CRCA. So if we move on to Lakeside Greens Golf Course, all motions have been completed. Next, we have Dawson's Landing Recreation Center. We have 5 motions that are still in progress but are on schedule. And lastly, we have general recreation. We remain on track and on schedule with anticipated reports scheduled to be brought back at the end of Q1. So since July 2024, there have been close to 100 recreation-related motions carried out. This demonstrates that council and administration have been very busy working towards expanding recreation in Chestermere. And I'm open to any questions or comments you may have.
Great, thank you. Mr. Edney.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Dean. Sorry, I was just going to ask council, do you want us to walk through motion by motion, or do you want to kind of look through and then ask questions? What works best for council on this particular one?
Well, I'm
There's a lot of
wondering-
detail in the report. So.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering, I wanted to jump in. First of all, I appreciate the way that this has been broken down in the different areas. I think that that is super helpful. And so I'm wondering if maybe we could tackle, if there's any questions maybe that we have about, why don't we start with each particular area and walk through that way. So specifically for the Chestermere Regional Recreation Center, I think it'd be good for us just to talk the purpose of this motion. So the one that is still underway is the Governance and Priorities Committee direct the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation Subcommittee to collaborate with the Chestermere Regional Community Association, CRCA, to improve utilization, data capture, and reporting. So part of the purpose for this is one of the things that we want to do is really look at usership of the facility. Who's using it? And how many of those are Chestermere residents? We know that that's very high. But we also know that it is a regional recreation center. And whether that be daily users that are coming in or users that are, so we have we have men's teams that come in to play hockey that are coming in from Calgary, mostly Calgary, coming in for that. We do have Chestermere teams that play out of there, but we also have Indus teams that come in and play. We also know that there's lots of visitors that we have that we host as part of Cal when they're coming to play against our CMHA teams here. So one of the reasons for that data capturing is to be able to do that. So I guess I would look to our two councillors who are here today that are on what is now a standing committee and not just a mayor's task force anymore. If there's any update from the committee right now as to where this conversation is sitting, or and if it is, this is a great reminder for us to do this. That's part of the reason why I wanted this motion is I am wondering too if there's going to be some reminders in here of some work that maybe we need to pick back up and look at possibly an action plan adding to the action plan that we've created. And I'm wondering if there's an action plan that may come out of this. So just to set up this conversation a little bit. So Councillor Grant on that question.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I can provide some insight or backstory on that item as it relates to the improvement of utilization of the data capture and reporting. So that's a mouthful. It's hard. We've had conversations at the task force level with CRCA, not representatives, but people who were on the task force at the time that were at CRCA about, and full disclosure, previous life, I've had this conversation many times with CRCA about how do they capture their data and do they have data? And the short answer is they have some data, and so they're not wholesomely capturing their data. To do that, they would need to modify a lot of their procedures, agreements, systems, a whole array of things to make sure that everybody that's coming in and out of that building is that we know who they are necessarily in some manner, or at least where they're coming from. But it runs into a lot of complications with FOIP and sharing data and not sharing personal data and maybe just postal codes. There's a lot of hair there that I've talked about with people. So it's hard to do anything there because really, I don't think this should sit with the task force. It should probably sit with administration, in my opinion. I don't think a task force has any authority, power, say to even have a conversation with CRCA about their procedures or what they're doing, especially when it has a financial implication to them. So I talk about it all the time. I think I talked about it in our last rec meeting that CRCA does need to capture this data better so that we can understand the makeup of the user of that facility. But in its infancy at best, and it needs support. And I don't know if there is a good method. I've looked around. I don't know if a community is actually doing this wholesomely, but I would like to hear more about it. And but again, I think my solution is that this should go to administration to do work, especially now that we are the administration, or the city of Chestermere is now the land owner. I think it's probably incumbent to have that conversation between those two entities as opposed to a task force.
So I see that Mr. Edney's already pushed button. Maybe Mr. Edney and I are already on the same page on this, so I'm just going to jump in and then set it up, and then I'm either going to hand it over to you for a home run, or it's going to be a foul ball. We'll see how this goes here. But what I am wondering is, I'm thinking about the meeting that we had, and not to go into specifics, but Councillor Grant, myself, CAO Edney, met with members of the CRCA board last week. One of the things that we are talking about is mentorship and services that we already provide, and are there additional mentorship or help that we could come alongside and provide. And so one of the things that we're even talking about is communications. Right, we have an incredible communications team here at the City of Chestermere who might be able to just provide some assistance where maybe that second set of eyes coming on something. So I wonder if there's opportunity for us to provide some mentorship with regards to this and help with this. I'm even thinking around the idea of FOIP, right? So I'm just thinking of perhaps we could provide some clear guidance on what they can and cannot do with regards to FOIP, just because of our very quick access that we have even within our own team with our own legal aid that we have on staff who has a very clear grasp of formerly FOIP, now ATIA. So I wonder if there's just some opportunities for us there, and I'm not sure if that's where your brain already was, Mr. Edney, but I will turn it over to you for comment, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Actually, no, I was kind of along the same lines, but I was going to add something else. So you and I are heading up to Edmonton tomorrow for part of the Mid-Sized Cities Mayor Caucus. And one of my intentions there when I meet my counterparts, the other CAOs in the mid-sized cities, was to talk about this with them. I know Grand Prairie for sure, and the county of Grand Prairie have been working on this from a cost-sharing mechanism, right? To figure out who's using their new recreation center or not. And I know they've tried some different innovative approaches to trying to solve some of this problem. We're not unique. This is something that's happening in a lot of cities and counties when it comes to cost sharing. So I'm hoping to get some information out of Mr. Bork from Grand Prairie tomorrow on this and report back again to this group on how did they tackle this and what are some different ways we might be able to look at doing it. So same idea. I think we can provide some assistance. And again, other people are doing this, so I'm going to figure out how they're doing it and whether it's working or not.
Well, I'm wondering too, on that note of as we know now with the dissolution of the CMRB that we have to create the IDPs and the ICFs, and part of that recreation is a bucket that has to be included in that. So this data collection is even more important as we're working with, especially on the Rocky View County, a little bit with Calgary as well, but far more obviously with Rocky View. This data collection is a very important part of that. So Mr. Edney, I guess I would ask if we should, because this is in progress and because this was directed to the task force, which is now the committee, I'm wondering if this is either a motion that should now be rescinded or if we should make a new motion related to this and basically make the exact same motion but take out the word Mayor's Task Force and add administration for now and just change the focus. I'm just wondering if that would work for administration, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Grant at this point that I think it's a difficult task for the task force to take ownership over. So I like that idea of you can either call that motion complete because the task force has done what they can, but make a similar motion asking administration. Mike and I, Mike being the general manager of the CRCA, did talk offline at our next operations meeting. This is something we'll discuss. So leave it with us and we'll see what we can figure out. as some of the discussion has talked about, it's not a simple thing to do as simply counting memberships and stuff. I know in Grand Prairie they actually tried a system where it actually monitored cell phones coming in, and it could know whether the cell phone was registered in the city of Calgary, the county, well, in their case, city or county. But I don't think it was perfect, and I think it had some challenges. So that might be something that we can look at as well.
Great, thank you. So to Ledge Services, I'm just going to ask, can you just take that motion? Don't worry about bringing it up on the screen right now. Can you just edit that motion to what we just said? We'll take out Mayor's Task Force, put in administration, and we'll have that motion made here a minute ago. And then while you're working on that, I have two councillors that have comments as well. So starting with Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a comment on that, but I'll wait until the motion comes forward. I was going to add another thing that's not captured in the motions for the CRRC land, and this is something that folks ask a lot about, which is about the upgrades and building out of that land over time and the investment the city would like to make into that space. So a comment on that, I do think that planning will be done through the Recreation Master Plan, so I think that it's covered. But at some point we might want to look at making a motion to that effect, just so that it's crystal clear to the community that there's an intention to plan around that and support the CRCA with the upgrades that they've identified that they need even in the building to keep operating as is.
Yeah, I guess it would be fair to make public that, Mr. Edney, you can maybe help me on the date. I know it's March something, that the CRCA is coming with a specific, with some requests with regards to funding for this year. And I believe that that's coming early March for their presentation. That's going to be coming. And so, Councillor Sambo, to your comment, it might give us an opportunity then to ask the operations manager at the CRCA specifically about that plan, because it's going to have a lot to do with maintenance and things like that. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, you're correct. I'm not sure we've scheduled whether it's March 10th or the 24th yet, but it'll be one of those 2 days they'll come with their request. And to Councillor Sambo's comments, yeah, the Recreation Master Plan will holistically look at the entire city and the recreation opportunities, not obviously just owned land, which of course the CRRC is our own land, but it will be part of that. So yeah, as Mayor Dean mentions, at the time, there may be some specific motions you want to make, but I do think it's covered under that Recreation Master Plan.
Okay. Going to go to Ledge Services. Do you have that motion ready? Okay, thank you. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
Just a quick question. Do we have to, or should we rescind the other motion as well?
No,
we're going to keep that
no,
one?
administration suggested that we're going to mark it complete.
Complete? Okay. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to collaborate with the Chestermere Regional Community Association to improve utilization, data capture, and reporting.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support all the comments around this and moving it to administration. All of that I'm on board with. My hesitancy comes with removing it completely from council's purview because there is that intergovernmental, intermunicipal contributions component. So I suppose following up, the question I have is this, it's hard to put a timeline on something like this. Will this come back to council? How do we make sure that it is moving forward? Because these numbers do impact the conversations we have at an intergov level.
That's an absolutely valid point. So then, what if we asked for an update? It's February right now. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Sorry, I kind of only heard part of Councillor Sambo's comments there, but I got the gist, and I think one of the things I'd like to stress too is inherently in anything we do, we're not going to work in silos, administration or council. Like you mentioned, we need this data when we talk about, once we get to the ICFs and cost sharing and stuff. So I'm not sure how you frame a motion around that, other than it's just inherently implied, I think, in the work that we're going to be doing coming forward, that this would feed into that. So We could make motion 101, I guess, if you want, on the rec side. But it will be addressed through those processes.
So what if we just ask for a motion to come back to council, and reporting, and bring a report, can we just try this, and bring a report back to council at the July 21st GAP meeting? So it gives you 5 months to try something. If your report is, we don't have anything yet, well, okay, well, that's your report. I'm sure we'll all feel a certain kind of way about that. But certainly, as I think that timeline works really well with what I have at the top of my head with scheduled meetings that we have right now for our ICFs and IDPs. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the chance to follow up. I like that, and I'll just say, in my mind, the ideal scenario would be by that point that the CRCA could come to council with a financial ask for what it would cost to implement what they need to do, so that we could evaluate what it would take to support them in getting this data, because it helps us achieve our goals regionally as well. Thank you.
Well, they're coming in March too, right? So perhaps that could be added as part of that conversation. No, fair. Okay, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Some feedback on the conversation. I support the motion. I think that's great. We need to capture this data. To Councillor Sambo's comments about the data and the metrics that we're going to get from it, and how that plays into the intermunicipal relations. I think some of that conversation can be guided through the partnership framework. I think it's actually important to put it in there so that it is written down and kind of not lost in what is the goals of both sides of the partnership. So I think, yes, we need to get the data first, but then we need to agree upon what are the metrics that should be included in the framework that come with certain levels of support. So I think the motion's great. I support it. I just wanted to add some more color to the conversation.
Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler, can I get you to restate the motion, please?
Sure. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to collaborate with the Chestermere Regional Community Association to improve utilization, data capture, and reporting, and bring back a report to council at the July 21st, 2026 Governance and Priorities meeting.
Thank you. Other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then, yeah, just again, just to reiterate that we will then be marking that other motion then complete. So the second category that we had was, thank you. Lakeside Greens Golf Course. The only comment I would have on this is I know that there's some, we have continued to receive questions with regards to other utilizations of the golf course in non-golf times. And Mr. Edney, I'm just wondering if you could just clarify for our public just where that's sitting right now, some plans, ideas that are sitting in place, and the idea that really we're going to be looking at fall, winter 2026 for the implementation of some of those things. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think you probably succinctly captured what I'm going to talk about, but yeah, it's something we are working with the golf course. Our parks team and our rec team have been in contact with the golf course. I know there was some plans in the works to set up cross-country skiing kind of around the driving range area. You know, unfortunately, we're looking at 16 degrees for the next few days out here. I don't think there'll be any cross-country skiing this winter, but we have had discussions around potentially skating on the ponds at 9 and 18. Those aren't stormwater ponds, so there isn't the same safety issue we see in many of the other ponds on the golf course. I guess while I'm speaking public, again, public be aware, most of the ponds on the golf course are stormwater ponds. So when we see weather like this, there is movement of water underneath that ice. Be careful if you're going to step out onto those. Obviously, we don't advise that, but we know people do anyways. I'll get off my soapbox here for a second and go back to your question. On top of that, we are looking at other ways to even use the internal space in the golf course through the next winter season. Typically up to this point, the kitchen's closed down other than odd Christmas banquet, but there is a golf simulator. If people aren't aware, it's up and running. It's in the basement of the golf course. It's in the back back shop area. You can call the golf course and book there, but we are looking at options of doing something upstairs, maybe expanding on that. Again, I don't have great details right now, but the short answer to my long answer is we won't be doing anything right now. We're just preparing, I guess, for golf season to get underway, hopefully sometime in April here. But we'll work diligently over the summer and fall to have some plans for recreation at the golf course next year, other than golfing.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to Lakeside Greens? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. We've done a lot here on the golf course and done some great things, I think. And we're almost to the finish line, I think. So I would like to have, maybe not today, but I would like to have feedback or an update from administration on where we are with the final plans for the golf course, as far as how we're going to end up handing that off or operating it or partnering, or what the future of the golf course holds, as it's kind of, I don't know if it's fallen off, but maybe it's, yeah, what's the progress of it? So
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean, to council. So the future of the golf course, I guess, hasn't fallen off. I think there's been a lot of work on the transition from December 31st, where we had the previous ownership group operating the golf course, to our current contractor operating the golf course for 2026. Again, being Mr. Glenn Carr. He was executive professional there. He's, I guess, himself and his company has undertaken the task of all operations for the golf course through the 2026 season for us, as far as making sure we've got staff and green fees and all that kind of stuff. We do have some scheduled improvements that have been able to be completed under the existing operating budget. I'll come back with a little bit more information on that when we've worked through the finality of those decisions. As well, council's allocated some money for some of the safety improvement type stuff, which again, I'll come back with some more information as we work through those. The larger question of how does the city own and structure ownership of the golf course, again, to maximize grants, community input, city funding, all that kind of stuff, is something I expect to start talking with council again as part of this MCC type discussion that we're going to have hopefully shortly here, as a bit of a workshop on how we structure that ownership. There's not going to be any significant changes as far as operating through 2026, other than maybe the approach to operating, and really trying to put the experience of the golfer and the golf course first, if that's a polite way of saying that.
So to that point, Mr. Edney, I'm wondering, and to your question, Councillor Grant, I'm wondering if we had a motion to direct administration to bring back an update on the status of the transition of the golf course to the April 21st, 2026 GAP meeting. So almost, I'm wondering, it'd almost be like a kickoff, getting ready to go into golf, probably starting May-ish. I mean, depending on how this weather keeps going, we might start golfing next week. But just wondering about that transition and bringing perhaps and it could just simply be like, here's how golf looks going into this season. We may not have all the answers, but just a bit of a status update. So I'm wondering, Councillor Grant, if that would, I see you nodding. Mr. Edney's nodding. So Josh, just quickly on that. The motion is motion to direct administration. Thank you. Motion to direct administration to bring back an update on the status of the transition of the golf course to the April 21st, 2026 GAP meeting. Councillor Grant, can I turn that one over to you?
I'd be happy to, Mayor. Thank you. I'm the Governance and Priority Committee direct. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring an update on the status of transition of the golf course to the April 21st, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. I promise I'm not trying to get to 100 motions by the end of this meeting, but we might. We might. What are we at, 94 now? We're at 92. We just made 2. Right, 94. We got 6 more to go here. Okay, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question through you to Mr. Edney. Clarity on that workshop that you were mentioning there. How does the conversation around that larger, possibly MCC, and the structure of recreation as a whole in Chestermere factor into the recreation master plan? Would that be a decision through a workshop that council makes through motion that then informs the recreation master plan, or is it the other way around?
Mr. Reddy?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo, that's a really good question. My thought process would be it's the other way around. I think what would be important, we understand the current amenities we have. Well, or maybe not even the other way around. I'd almost go in conjunction. We understand the current amenities we have. I don't think how we structure ownership necessarily drives what council or what the recreation master plan would say we need to do for recreation. But what's in there might drive a little bit of how you structure the different layers of that corporation, if that makes sense, right? So, high level right now, if you had an MCC, you could have 3 separate branches, one owning the current rec center, one the golf course, one then could be future, and depending on what those have, you could then fill out those branches of the different divisions in that MCC, I guess. So that's a long-winded answer to say I'm not totally sure, but I think the two need to be working hand in hand, cognizant of what the other one is working on.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Edney. I agree that they go hand in hand. It is still a bit of that chicken and egg scenario. Right now, the Recreation Committee is working to bring back a recommendation to Council on governance models of a new recreation centre. And for example, if Council prior to that made some decision about an MCC that leaned more one way or another, then that would influence the recommendation that came forward from the committee. So I think we just need to keep talking about all these different components and make sure everyone understands the fluidity of it so that we don't get held up on not knowing who pulls the trigger first.
Thank you. With that, I want to apologize to Ms. Hoskins. We're going to need to table this conversation because we have a guest coming for our update as part of our in-camera conversation here that we do need to meet. And so just so everybody's aware for the public, our anticipation is that what will happen is that this in-camera is probably going to take 30 to 40 minutes. And so with that, right after that, council is going to head over to the rec center to watch the start of the game. Then we have another guest coming at 1 o'clock. So I'm sorry, we're going to need to bump you till later on this afternoon. I apologize. But so with that, I just want the public to be aware of kind of the structure that we're going to go here. So can I have the motion to table this, and we'll lift from the table here later on this afternoon. Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee table agenda item 6.3.2, recreation-related motions update.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the motion to move in camera, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Rondell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee move into closed session at 11:01 a.m. to discuss the following: legal update, access to Information Act ATIA, Section 29, advice from officials.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Just coming out of our closed session, can I have a counselor make the motion to come out of our closed session, please? Counselor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee come out of closed session at 11:53 a.m.
Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now going to take our lunch break, and council will resume at 1 p.m. Thanks, everybody. Oh, no, we'll just do it after. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. We're just coming back now from our lunch break and going to be tackling now the afternoon portion of our session. With that, though, we just need to close off one thing from the morning, and that has to do with our in-camera session, and we're just going to be accepting the information for information. We only did the legal update. Thank you. So can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, everyone. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the legal update for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just before moving to our next presentation that we have, I'm going to turn it over to CAO, Mr. Edney, who's just going to do a brief introduction here for us. So, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just through you to council, I just wanted to take a quick moment to introduce Tina Petro. She's our new Intergovernmental Relations Advisor. If I got that right. So this is a new position we created out of some of the requests from council, just to have some more support directly for council on your advocacy efforts, policy development, that kind of thing. Tina brings a vast wealth of experience, having been a former councillor with the city of Airdrie for 8 years. And maybe I'll just turn it over to Tina quickly to say hi and introduce herself to you.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Very excited to be joining the team here. As CAO Edney mentioned, I was an elected official in Airdrie for the past 8 years, also a director with Alberta Municipalities. So I do bring to the table a lot of municipal and provincial as well as some federal knowledge. So hopefully that will help you guys with your advocacy strategy to make sure that we have a very cohesive and comprehensive plan to make sure that council, administration, and our public are all advocating with the same voice for the needs of this community. So very excited to get going and working with you. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Yes, I think on this one I can speak on behalf of all of council when I say that we're very excited to have you joining the team, and looking forward to working with you and developing more of that advocacy plan moving forward. So with that, we're going to go back to our agenda now, and we have item 5.2, which is the HelpSeeker Technologies presentation. This is being presented by Dr. Alina Turner, CEO and co-founder of HelpSeekers Technologies. You are not her. You are Miss Ruby Brar, who is our manager of our community support services. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to give a quick introduction. So today we're presenting the social well-being framework with the help of HelpSeeker Technologies. We kind of went through the entire process in 2025 and compiled a report together that's going to be presented to you today. Recommendation to the Governance and Priorities Committee is that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the Social Wellbeing Framework presentation for information. Just some background. The Chestermere Together Wellbeing Framework is a community-informed reference document developed in 2025 to support discussion and alignment of social priorities within broader city planning and decision-making. So again, developed in partnership with HelpSeeker Technology, it builds on the 2023 Social Needs Assessment with extensive qualitative engagement rather than quantitative this time. We did a lot of surveys, pop-up events, and focus groups, so a lot of rich discussion with residents directly. The framework identifies 4 priority areas that Dr. Turner will go into detail with, and it introduces the framework to kind of summarize its development process, key findings, potential relevance to council's existing strategic decisions. And it's intended to be a high-level visioning tool rather than a prescriptive plan, so it doesn't really commit council or administration to any specific actions, programs, or resourcing. So some implications: the framework aligns conceptually with existing council priorities such as recreation access and inclusive growth, and may offer contextual insight for future discussions. Framework does not create operational, financial, or reporting obligations, as I said, and does not alter approved plans, budgets, or priorities. So without further ado, I will pass it off to Dr. Turner.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and nice to see everybody again. I'm told that our clicker is sticky, So we'll do our best. But yeah, I'm happy to present this work that, yes?
Sorry, just before you start.
Yeah.
Because of the length of this and because I think this is such important work, one of the things is that there is a time limit on public presentations.
Yep.
Unless council makes a motion to extend the time limit, and I'm going to recommend that we make a motion to extend the time limit past the 15 minutes. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee extend the time limit for the public presentation from HelpSeeker Technologies.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And sorry, just before you begin, quick question. I know that as council members, we all get excited about every aspect of this job. However, there are certain things that make certain of us up here a little more excited than other parts of the job maybe. And for me, when it comes to social investment framework and things like that, I geek out pretty hard about this stuff and I get stupid excited. So this might just be selfishly for me. Would you like to go all the way through the presentation and then council ask questions later? Would you like us to be kind of back and forth? How would you like to approach the conversation?
Well, Your Worship, I've never been given the privilege of that to
Okay.
have a ad lib. So whatever you all prefer, I'm good with pausing throughout. I'm also good with ripping through it in 15 and then just having a wholesome discussion. It's what do you all prefer?
Why don't we do that? Why don't we do the full wholesome presentation and then have the conversation after, and I will stay as disciplined as possible during that.
Fair.
Okay.
Fair. All right. And we should actually bring Ruby back up too, because this really was a collaboration between my team and her team too. So thank you for having us here. As Ruby already pointed out, we wanted to walk you through how we took this work on much earlier than last year, but there was some interesting interruptions along the way and pivots along the way that we'll definitely reference where appropriate. And where we landed is, rather than creating something that was quite prescriptive, let's talk about something that could be a point-in-time assessment that also could inform you in a more living document type of approach. So it's a guiding document. So we'll go through the methods, we'll talk about the context, we'll talk about the framework itself, what the findings were, and some of the implications and how you might use it moving forward. So we're here to present this as a flexible guide, as was already mentioned to you. The important part is that we looked at this as an opportunity to complement all of the statistical work that we did in 2023, and that again predates this current council. The good news is it's data as data. It was Statistics Canada, census, pretty kind of hard stuff to misrepresent, but on the other side, kind of boring when it gets into how people are feeling about the community or how people's perspectives of social issues were coming to the forefront. But it laid a really important groundwork. So today is really about digging into those shared priorities that emerged from qualitative insights when we went into the community last year between my team and Ruby's team as well. So we're looking for your support in principle. We're looking at this as a flexible, nimble tool to help guide decisions, as a touch point, if you will, with what community has told us and what those community voices are. But it's by no means a prescriptive thou shalt type of an approach. So methods, already noted in Ruby's presentation that we took a multi-methods approach to qualitative data to complement the statistical work from the social needs assessment in 2023. What we found missing during that initial phase was that human touch, the voice of the people, if you will. So that's exactly what we went after. We designed a methodology that took the team that was gathering the data into the community where the community was. So we targeted events that were already popular in the community. We targeted kind of the parking lots, the recreational facilities, so where people were already gathering, with the attempt again to get into where people were at during that point in time. And that was designed with the team by taking a a combination of technology-led and human-in-the-loop approach. So folks that were trained in the methodology would start to have conversations with the folks at various events. We talked to about 200 folks during that process. And then that qualitative data was mined with the assistance of technology and artificial intelligence, after it was anonymized and made safe for AI, to start generating data out of that qualitative richness. So that's great because you have a nice data set that you can use for other purposes as well. But for the purposes of today, that public survey plus the engagements gave us some really good sense of where the pulse of the community was at, what the top issues were. And then we also had the opportunity, and again, the benefit of your social nerd in residence, aka your mayor, who hooked us up with some really excellent groups that were already mobilizing on this issue. So specifically the mayor's task force with the nonprofits. There's a lot of work that's already underway and a lot of collaborations between within the community and even across communities. So we met with folks that were practicing in the social arena that were actually coming in from Calgary or from other municipalities as well. So that's the scope, if you will, on the methods. So why did we do it? Why did the city take this on? The big thing is the growth. The growth is happening really quickly, or was happening really quickly. Apparently, we're all in a bit of a slowdown right now with the immigration policies changing. Maybe not Chestermere.
You're not.
You're not. Good to know. Good to know. Well, good. This is still relevant. This will still be relevant, and when you get your municipal survey this fall, this will hopefully still stand true. But that's why essentially it happened. When communities grow this quickly, there's a lot of social challenges that pop up. Lots of rupture, lots of reconvening of social groupings that just merit paying attention to, and especially when you're going from a kind of this middle level of municipality into a bigger one, and your proximity to Calgary, et cetera. It's a good time to check in. So lots of communities are just popping up that are brand new. You're a community of families as well. Your per household numbers are much higher than other municipalities as well. So it just matters what the composition looks like. You had another presentation on the social needs assessment, so I'm not going to kind of go into as much depth on this piece because that's not the focus of today, but I do want to remind us of some of the stats that were uncovered in that first phase of the work. And again, the one that stands out to me is really about the growth of the community, but also the aging demographics at the same time as having a kind of a child youth component. And then you've got the seniors demographic as well. And it's called the barbell, right? Where you're kind of working age population and you've got your kind of dependency populations on, and that the heavier the dumbbell, the heavier the heavy lift is on the tax base, on the workforce, et cetera. So that's what we noticed there, and that's what brings forward this focus on some of the populations that we're going to speak to later in the findings. Cost of living, some of these economic pressures, the post-COVID component, nothing new there. It's again, how is it being experienced locally that we wanted to dig into. So this data was good grounding. It helped us define what we wanted to explore further, but it didn't answer the on the ground, how are people experiencing this in their day-to-day lives. So we built on this and we dug further. So a couple of things that I will also bring into the fore that popped up later is the transportation digital access component, because again, that comes up in the voices data. So transportation, the net commuter outflow, lots of people that live here that are commuting for work, et cetera. That was right during the COVID pandemic. So that's actually probably quite low, right? So there are some limitations on this data. Good news will be that there is a new census coming out hopefully in the next 6, 7, 8 months. You've got a nice framework. You can pop in the data and kind of spit out the update to this, which will really, really take you to a kind of another level on understanding how the quantitative will relate to the qualitative, because again, that there's that COVID bias. But the purpose of this framework is to do exactly that, to be that glue between these data points and the different decisions and work you need to do, to have just a touch point to what were the key themes that people talked about, what are they concerned about. So it's meant to give you that guidance. It's meant to also give you and the team, the administration team, common language as well on what some of the social well-being priorities are from the community perspective. And again, that reference point that you can come back to and check in. So this is not something that you want to do once in a while. You want to keep your pulse on the community on a go-forward basis. So we did design this as something that the team could build capacity around, which is why we did the data collection together with your team. It also kept our costs nice and down. So, and it built capacity with the municipalities so that they know how to do this work. And Ruby was saying, hey, it's something we can put on our resume that we took on this type of data collection, and we were part of a project like this. So it's a nice way to remain evergreen and be fiscally responsible with limited consulting dollars, because we were able to do this, I think, under $10,000, which is really good. Guiding principles. So some of the pieces that we brought forward out of the insights from the community and administration and conversations with folks in key leadership positions is really to focus on that belonging. So what does a welcoming, inclusive community look like, right? What's the city's role? So again, not leaning up, what's the expression, leaning above your skis or in front of your skis? Like you want to stay in your lane. Maybe that's a better analogy. Strengthen what works. So don't look at all the things that are going wrong. Let's look at those opportunities for partnership, collaboration, grassroots efforts. We don't have to do everything through institutional mobilization. How much can we encourage at a local level? And how much can we do upstream to prevent social challenges downstream? So this is the time you want to really get on top of some of that preventative work, especially around root causes of safety issues, access, inclusion issues. Those are the things that become, big challenges later on when you hit, let's say, 100,000. And 100,000, we always talk about the 100,000 mark as if the cities that really take a proactive approach to their social infrastructure when they're small and growing versus waiting for those kind of cancers to metabolize further and further, right? That's when you get the really, really big social disorder challenges that I don't need to explain or give you too many examples. You can just cruise the news for that. But plan for growth is the other message. There's nothing telling us that Chestermere's growth is going anywhere. Maybe it's going to accelerate faster or slower depending on the public policy of the day. That may not be in your control, but your attractiveness to families, to folks that are looking for that good lifestyle that you provide, tells us that it's going to continue to grow, which means this is when you continue to start, or this is when you want to plan proactively for that growth. The other piece that we learned really early on through this process, because we took the 2023 data work during that council kind of challenge, we learned really quickly that we should pause actually everything during that transition and realign with the new council. So the data was the data. We stuck to, StatsCan. Here's the trends. Here's the census. Here's the data that is what it is. Let's not really have an opinion about it, and let's not talk to the community during that upheaval. It was just too disruptive at that time to do the engagement. So we actually paused after that and said, let's do phase 2 once we realign with council's priorities. And that's exactly what we did here. We wanted this framework to support your strategic direction and your vision rather than another document that you now have to retrofit afterwards. So we really think this is going to help support that long-term vision around quality of life. And hopefully you see the value of how it complements that land use planning work, but also moves you beyond it as well. So it's about the people that are using the land, that are in the houses that you're approving the land use changes or the development permits for. It's really about building communities that are going to be co-designed, that are going to be welcoming to folks from diverse backgrounds, and ultimately create a place where everybody feels like they belong. So, sorry about the little formatting there, but how can you use this framework is what it says. And it's as I mentioned a billion times, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, so I'll just remind you that it's really about a touchstone for your work, a guiding document, not prescriptive, and the same thing for your city departments. So think of your departments and asking them, hey, how does this line up with the social well-being framework? Which component do you feel this is aligning to or supports, or what gap or concern that research uncovered does this measure address? Or have you thought about how this might line up? And same with community partners. A lot of the funding that nonprofits and charities go after, and again, your worship will know this really well, often requires proof of needs, right? And so now you've got that. And this is something that your community partners were excited about because, again, it costs money, it costs expertise that they don't have, and pulling these kinds of documents together. And they're always well, show me that Chestermere needs this program. Show me that you need this provincial funding. Show me you need this CMHC housing funding. So there's a value add to support more investment coming in to make sure these activities happen. And they're not all on council because there's no way council can fund a social safety net. So what it is, flexible foundation, what it's not, a detailed implementation plan. So if you ask me today, what's the 1, 2, 3, 4, I would say, that wasn't the scope. The scope is to create enough breadth and directionality that and flexibility that the various teams can do that. And I'm not talking just about the social planning team. I'm actually talking about economics, the economic development team, the downtown revitalization team. So those are all teams that can benefit from something like this. This should be a whole of gov approach, not a department by department siloed approach. Okay, I think I talked about this and actually Ruby did already, so I don't need to go through that. But let's go into what we heard. There's 4 areas that we wanted to bring forward for a deeper dive based on how much it was mentioned in that qualitative, what we heard from folks. So when we crunched the numbers from the conversations, the surveys, it might be surprising, maybe not, but maybe not surprising if you've seen other data like this, but not surprising that given the growth and how new people were to some of these contexts, only 36% felt like they belonged, and about 200 mentions in that data set of more inclusion needs. Library, though, being cited as a key connector. So there's pros, right? There's things that are going well, but there's also areas of enhancement. So what can we do, and why does this matter? Well, sense of belonging builds civic trust. It improves that mental health. There's numerous social body kind of benefits at that ecosystem level that you want to pay attention to. What can the city do about something like this? Again, not prescriptive, but thinking about inclusive spaces, embedding belonging and communication, supporting resident-led connection efforts. Community's role, so not just the city, but what can community do? Hosting inclusive events, share spaces, welcome newcomers, offer culturally responsive programming. And when we looked at the data, and we did the survey, I believe, in 5 different languages. Did I make that up? 5? Okay. So we did hear from folks that came from diverse backgrounds and diverse age groups. So this is an area where people felt more could be done. They're not necessarily saying that municipality needs to do it all, right? That's not at all. We're asking them what can be better about this place that you call home, and this is what they're telling us. The next priority area, and this one actually came up even more. So these are not in order of importance by any means. These are just the top 4 things that we qualified as key themes. So the concerns were about speeding, loitering, bullying, feeling unsafe in parks and online, especially after dark. Okay, not uncommon. So safety was cited 260 times. Speeding, showed up in 200 plus comments, and 140 comments mentioned crime and vandalism. So why does it matter? Needless to say, if you feel unsafe, this really underpins trust, access to support, especially as needs and population complexity grows. So the more you grow, these things will, again, grow in complexity and acuity as well. What can the cities, or what might, right? What can the city do? What might the city do? Investing in crime prevention, and even just social connection. There's a lot of gang prevention programming, for instance, that smaller municipalities in BC are looking at, and there's also money for that. So came to mind. Designing safer spaces, coordinating responses across sectors, and what can the community, what can your nonprofit partners, grassroots partners do? Promoting respectful behavior, activating public spaces, sharing safety info. We did a study like this in Vancouver a year ago as well. And it's interesting what happens when you don't take care of this. It was in Burnaby, so a city that grew really, really, really quickly in the last 10 years, and is now part of a bigger metropole area. And these feelings, it started like this, right? And it became much, as the city grew, these challenges became entire areas that were deemed as red zones. You don't go there at night. So this is when you kind of pay attention. Where are the hot spots, right? And can we just put a bench there? Can we put a light there, right? So kind of you can experiment. That is low cost, but you're thinking about it now proactively. And again, your teams will know what to do. Our job is to flag that this is an area of concern. Priority area number 3, and I know the limitations of spaces and owning land and owning facilities for the city, but this one again came up as a key enabler and theme. So residents want that community center, the rec center, the pool, the winter-friendly parks, hubs for co-located services. They want somewhere to go. Again, the library comes up, but they also are familiar with other facilities and other parts of kind of the municipal broader region. So they reference. They would say, what about doing what Genesis is doing? What about this? What about this? So they had ideas about that. But look at that, 230 requests for rec community hubs, 100+ for park trail improvements. I know this costs money, but maybe Uncle Carney has some for some nation building projects. I don't know. He's building the nation. This would be good. He needs to make good with Alberta, so maybe there's some opportunities there. So and again, these are all entwined, right? If people have a safe place to go, if community gathering happens, if a sense of belonging is fostered, right? These are all self-fulfilling, proper, good social fabric opportunities. Those designed, flexible, inclusive spaces can really line up your infrastructure, your social planning, your economic development, and just get that good vibes all around. So how do we do that? How do we provide that to community? Are there co-location opportunities? Are there co-investment opportunities with other faith community, for instance, that might have land? I know Airdrie was looking at a multi-faith type of approach, and specifically Abraham's Landing in northern Alberta. They were looking at that as a model where they actually had facilities share faith spaces. So it was really cool. They had the Jewish, Christian. I think that they might have had another faith, but those opportunities are worth exploring as well. And the last priority area is that collaboration through growth. So growth, again, the theme was growth disconnected from amenities. So yes, they want space, but some folks just wanted better information, right? Information in their language, information, access and affordability to the facilities as well. And this isn't hard nowadays with tech, right? We can just push the content and make it, grade 2 reading level, grade 7 reading level, and translate it, right? Like it's not hard to do that anymore. So kind of adapting our digital marketing and access to support, this is low-hanging fruit, I guess is my point, that it could be facilitated through new technologies as well. So 170 plus comments on communication gaps, not knowing, right? Just basic things like what's happening, where do I go for X? It's sad because it's solvable, but I know it's hard because it's not anybody's job right now. So it's a gap, or it was perceived to be a gap by the folks that we talked to. So why this matters: proactive collaboration, ensure services keep pace, and build trust across partners. So even partners not necessarily knowing, and the nonprofit group that we chatted with, them saying, actually, we don't necessarily know what's going on, or things are changing so quickly, we don't have a mechanism to track what's happening and where to refer people to. What can the city do? Sharing data, convening partners, supporting that joint planning around evolving needs. And what can the community do? Promote programs, the welcoming newcomers approach. What does welcoming newcomers look like in our communication materials? That's a quick ChatGPT prompt. Like, that's just flag. Just what could we do? Read these eligible criteria. Tell me what is inclusive or not inclusive. Okay, scan this poster. Is it friendly for folks with different abilities? Like, so there are low-hanging fruit that could be taken on. So what success could look like, and again, I'm trying to not be prescriptive, because people had ideas, but the process was to just gather concerns and experiences, not to tell you what to do. But when we asked would it look like if we did this right, they talked about improved access to programs, spaces, and supports across neighborhoods. So, they would say, this neighborhood right here has nothing. We have nothing over here. And again, it wasn't just one, and I understand that it's tough to do that in a fast-growing community. They also talked about stronger collaboration, city departments and community partners. So again, in some of those conversations we had with your partners, they liked what was happening since the task force came on. They want that to continue. That trust between between the city and partners was seen as important and the right step, and more of that. Planning decisions consistently reflecting social well-being priorities. So not having to, come in and critique that new policy because, you forgot about equity or you forgot about diverse communities. How do we build that right at the front of some of these processes and across disciplines that the city takes care of? And what else could this look like? Increased trust, participation, and civic engagement from residents. So that's another sign that people feel like you're listening and you're taking their perspective into consideration. I'm sure you're doing that quite well already. And key takeaways. So it's really built on what we heard and grounded in that original harder data and complemented with the data from the qualitative process. Hopefully you see this align with your vision and strategic goals. We certainly did. Hopefully you see that this supports inclusion, safety, and connection as the city grows. Hopefully it's flexible and designed to evolve with your community needs without precluding you from going back to community to check in, because communities change and circumstances change. And hopefully this is that council alignment, that opportunity to bring this to life in your decisions as well. Okay, looking ahead, if you're supportive of something like this, there's some potential ways that this could be applied moving forward. So positioning the framework as a strategic tool to align social priorities with growth and investment. So just a prompt, right? Like, how does this line up? Supporting integrated planning across departments, systems, and sectors. Again, another opportunity for alignment there. Applying that social well-being lens to upcoming decisions on infrastructure, programming, and partnerships. And strengthening community outcomes by embedding inclusion, safety, and connection into citywide initiatives. Okay, how do we stay accountable to residents so that they know this engagement matters? So beyond acknowledging this as a snapshot, how do we build in a process so that this can be revisited regularly and updated? It would, if we did this again this year, what would community say? Would we see a change? Right? Would we see safety and bullying and speeding pop up as a top issue? Right? Would we see feeling disconnected to the same extent? Right? And hopefully we're moving the mark in the right direction. Not everything is under our control, but we're checking in. We care, right? And we're doing something about it. So people will want to see that. And again, your team has the tools to do it on their own, for sure. There's no doubt. And tracking that progress over time. So hopefully you see this as something that supports your agile governance. Hopefully you see this as something that's data informed towards decision making that is grounded in evidence and in lived experience and harder data, and reinforces that importance of community voice in your work. And that's it. I feel like it was more than 15 minutes, and I'm sorry, but you kind of like let me do that with your motion.
Well, that's why we made the motion.
Okay, fair, fair.
Awesome. Well, thank you. So we'll open up for questions, comments, conversation now with council. I guess overall, the first comment I would have is I would hate to see this become a document that sits on the shelf. There's a lot of very, very good work. There's a lot of rich work that is in here. Quickly over to Ledge Services. If I want to refer to a particular page that's in the framework, are we able to bring that up on the screen after this as we're going through the conversation? Is that awesome? Okay, so I'll come back to that. I just want to make sure that was a possibility. Because I would hate to see this just become a document that sits on the shelf, because there are so many good comments that are within this. And I think for me, one of the reasons I'm so passionate about this is absolutely we have to care about the roads, we have to care about the infrastructure, we have to get development figured out, we have to make sure potholes are filled. For me, though, the most important part of that is how do we care for the human that's driving in that car over that pothole? And how do we care for the human that's living in that house in that new development and that's doing those things? And I think that's a lot of what this work is referring to. So I very, very much appreciate the work that has gone into this. So I will launch into a couple of questions, and I'll just watch my screen as councillors start to push buttons. And so one of the questions that I had has to do with on page... there was a mention of 67 organizations and 272 programs. Mm-hmm. So I looked at the appendixes and things like that, and I don't see the 67 organizations or the 272 programs listed. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering, and I'm willing to call for a motion on this, if it would be possible for council to be provided with those 67 organizations and 272 programs.
Yes, that's actually from the social needs assessment document.
So
The one that was
previous.
2023, yeah, that original one.
And it's in that appendix then?
Yeah, it should be. If not, you guys would have the data set. Yeah, but you have it, but it's old. So
sure, I'd love to look at that
Yeah,
from a starting
sure.
point, because I would even like to look at that as an update. So
Yeah.
I was just wondering then on that, just to get the ball rolling on this, and we'll continue the conversation, call it just for a motion to direct administration. To provide council with the list of 67 organizations and 272 programs mentioned in the HelpSeeker presentation on February 3rd, 2026. Thank you. Can I, would a councillor be able to help me with that motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
I can make that motion, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to provide council with the list of 67 organizations and 272 programs mentioned in the HelpSeeker Technologies presentation on the February 3rd, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Schindler.
I'm curious. I as our presenters has just mentioned that this is old data, and so I'm wondering if we can get a reflection of that versus what is current today.
So to answer that directly, what I would like to do with this is get this and bring it back to the not-for-profit committee as part of that committee work, and then update that data through that.
Okay.
So yes, the answer to your question is yes, I would like to have it updated.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I like your motion. I think it's fantastic. I think maybe I'll save my comment for further debate about this topic instead of this exact motion.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I'll go to my next question. Again, council, I'm just watching the screen, so whenever you want to jump in, feel free. who came up with the vision statement that's in this? So I don't mind the vision statement. I like the vision statement. I'm just wondering, with regards to that vision statement, was that just a collaboration that happened between HelpSeeker and administration? Where did that come from, and how did that play out with regards to the vision statement?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, just a collaboration. We've had a lot of wholesome discussions between our department and HelpSeeker. We've had a long-standing relationship as well, so that's really helped. But I think we just wanted to reflect the purpose and the vision for the entire document and just social well-being in general in Chestermere moving forward. So we kind of came up with it collaboratively.
Thank you. I was also wondering about some gaps in some of the data, and I'm just not sure how to address it. So I don't want to be critical. I'm just curious because I see a gap. And maybe it's not a gap. I would rely on some of my colleagues here, because I know that at least one of our colleagues, if not two of them, much more involved in some of this work than I have been. But on page 43 of our agenda, I'm not sure what it is for the presentation, but on 43 of our agenda, it says there's only 4 programs for Indigenous people, 3 for racialized groups, and 0 for LGBTQ2S+. However, we have an entire Pride Society that is doing a number of different items. So I was just wondering about that analysis, and I'm just wondering how maybe we take, I'm just looking for some advice from you maybe on how we take some of that away, because I struggle with the idea that we've published a thing that says we have 0 with regards to addressing this, when yet we have a Pride Society. Our Pride Society is a part of our not-for-profit collective. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to that for a minute, and then I'll turn to Councillor for comments.
When did the Pride Society actually activate locally?
Councillor Samble.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can share that when this social needs assessment came out, that particular bit of information is what prompted the Pride Society to reform.
Oh, well, there you go.
So,
super helpful.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Good.
But to your point, Your Worship, this is exactly why you want to do another scan, because this, this is old. This is, I think it was 2022, even 2021 that we gathered it. So it's pretty old. Yeah.
Well, and that's where I go back to Councillor Schindler. I totally agree with his comment about we should get this data like we had just asked for, just a brief, again, just a list, and then we can look at updating that, even that through community work and things like that. I think it's absolutely a comment too, mentioning that we see more and more of these services being downloaded onto municipalities to look after. And so I think that should not go without saying. As we look at some of this, municipalities are having to take on more of that work as we're progressing. Mm-hmm. I guess the other thing I would say about with this comment, and Mr. Edney, I would turn to you for this. As I was reading through the framework document itself, one of the things that stood out to me is that while I agree it should not be done in silos, one of the things that I would like to see is each manager of our departments go through this document and see how it applies to them. Because as I read through it, for example, page 83 has to do with comms. Page 83 also has to do with events. Page 88 was roads, as well as the work that Mr. Fluker does. Other departments could be looking at page 95, page 100, page 101. So I'm wondering if you've, in your reflections on looking at this document, have any thoughts about how administration may now be approaching this document. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think this is one of the things you and I discussed when we first saw this document and knew it was coming forth to the committee today. Was I 100% agree with you in your sentiments that I would really hate to see this get put on a shelf somewhere and everybody go, well, we did some work, but nothing came out of it. I think what I'd like to see happen, and my plan was to bring this discussion to the ELT. Most of the ELTs here today or watching online and is aware of this, and just have that conversation around this isn't a prescriptive document, as you mentioned. It's not a guiding policy that we need to follow, but it's something we should look at and see if we can incorporate it into our business plans as we get to that stage, especially later this year. So my thought would be, once council completes the update to your strategic plan. Administration's going to do the same thing. We'll have our strategic plan. We'll incorporate your strategic plan, this document, into what we do moving forward. So
thank you. Also, just going to leave your mic on here first. Oh, so you turned it off. I'm going to turn it back on then. I just want to make one other comment before turning it over to Councillor Schindler here. Another thing that I would love to see us do, if it's possible, is I would love, for me, I see this possibly as a comms piece, but to go through this, and because there are some really valid concerns that are raised within this. However, within that, there's already been some steps taken to address some of these concerns. So specifically, you mentioned bullying a couple of times. I was invited to attend the Chestermere Lake Middle School Parent Council meeting just over a month ago, and at that meeting, they highlighted the fact that suspensions have gone way down this year. They've seen a dramatic drop in suspensions, for example. City Council has taken a step with approving funding for the hiring of a community resource officer. That person is now in the role. It is now public. We're able to say, and so that person is now starting in that role, and that's been communicated through the Police Communications Committee. So there's been some steps, and as I read through this document and I saw, for example, transit's mentioned. Well, we've embarked down the path now on doing a transit feasibility study. So I don't know if there's a motion that's needed within there, but I would love to see some work in fairly short order of some things that are highlighted as concerns in this document, of things that we have already taken some steps to address. So I'm just wondering what approach would be taken for that kind of an idea.
yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think it's a good point too, because one that struck me was there was a comment near the end, of course, that people have trouble connecting and getting communication. We just had a whole presentation and discussion on how we're improving that. So I do think part of our exercise as the executive and management team will be to look and see what have we already started down the road and what can we continue with. I know where you're going with this because we've worked together long enough. I'm trying to think of what the motion looks like and the timing of it. I'm assuming where you're going is, can we report back saying, hey, this document identified some things. Can we come back with a list of here's things we're already working on, and then potentially some plans for things we might be able to look at in the shorter,
would love that,
mid, long term. My colleague next to me, is mentioning this is something that you could even take aspects of this and put into the MDP at some point too, right? As a guiding policy. So to me, that's a longer term thing, but there's some short term action for sure. So I'm just trying to think in my head of when a good time to bring that back would be, because it's still going to be a fair bit of work to go through everything.
Well, I know Councillor Schindler is going to jump in, so maybe I can leave that with you to craft a motion to send over to Legislative Services of something that you could propose. Along with that, I would propose the idea of, even as we look at our strategic plan, within the document, there are specific, what I called action pages. I don't know if that's the right word for it, and each priority had 2 action pages attached to it. So for example, priority 1 on pages 85 and 86 talk about that these are the steps that the city could take, and that's the steps that the community could take. And so I would love to break this document down a little bit, because there's so much rich information, but to be able to handle it, I think I would even love to see us pull, and I made note when I was going through which ones are the action pages. So I wonder if that could also be a part of that work, Mr. Edney, as we're pulling out, to be able to take some steps with regards to that. Okay, Councillor Schindler.
You just took all of my talking points, really.
Sorry.
I've been sitting on these for... Okay. So yeah, my question was through the chair to administration is how can we put all these reports and studies together to be able to give a holistic view to council when you come for a presentation for an ask or a new project or something to that effect, because I know we have quite a few silos of information that if we really look at them, they can overlap and we can get a better picture of what is actually going on. So I'll start there.
Sure. Why don't we leave that with, can that maybe come back when Mr. Edney sends over the motion to Ledge Services, and we see if that fits in there?
Yeah, I think that would be Yeah. And then my second thought was, again, through the chair to administration, I would like to see, and considering that this data is, these data is 2023, I'd like to see a way or a move forward for all departments to get continuous data collection and keep updating something. A widget of some type where we can keep this data on hand, and we have our population numbers, we have our needs assessments, and just continuously keep at least aggregate or data that we can then aggregate later. So whatever methodology that would take, I would assume that needs to come to council or something for approval for either a special project or position or something.
So there's a federal census that's coming spring. And so as was suggested during the presentation, I would suggest let's wait until we get our federal census, and then we could compare the two pieces of data from 2023 to the federal census that's coming 2026, and then maybe develop a plan from there.
Yeah, I'm also talking about like what we were talking about earlier today with the information that we get from the public for issues that they want solved as well. So as a holistic view of everything that comes into the city, that will help us budget and serve our residents better.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randella.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney, to the presenter. Thank you for the presentation. I have just one question. What was the reason, like in a social need assessment, the key finding, especially the senior and age friendly, we take the data 2016 to 2021 because it's almost 10 year, and that seems like quite old. And where did you get that data, and why we don't have even until 2023 or 2024 or something updated one? Why is this so old? Because it does not align with this document.
Yeah, so the social needs assessment project from 2023 was done with data that in 2023 census data from 2021 was fresh, because the census is released every 5 years. So back in 2023, that was really up to date. You guys are just waiting for the next census, just like everybody else. So we're all in the same boat waiting for that. And that's done by the government of Canada. And so we have no control over it, unfortunately. But to Councilman Schindler, I think, okay. To your point, I think that is the smart way. And that's what I'm seeing, for instance, the government of Alberta, they're creating what's called a knowledge graph where it connects all their data sets together, and then they're continuously pouring the data in, whether it's data like big census data or documents like unstructured data, and then you can mine that for insights and exactly what you're asking about. And when the census comes out, you add it in, but it doesn't preclude you to create these hidden connections between the data sets while you build that out, while you wait, so that you're not sitting on nothing. But yeah, I appreciate your point. It sucks.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a comment through you. I don't think there's anything stopping us from sending out a survey once a year to all of our community groups, just saying how many programs did you run, how many unique participants, and how many from each of these categories. That's something that we could be doing right away.
Well, I think that's something that we could make part of the NFP committee. And that could be like, so we are going to be talking about our action plan at our committee meeting tomorrow. And since Ms. Brar is the admin that sits on that, perhaps through the CAO to Ms. Brar, she could make note to have that come up as part of our discussion at the committee meeting tomorrow, so that Mayor Dean doesn't forget, as chair of that committee, to bring that up.
Got it.
I see nodding. But absolutely, I think that could just fall within committee. Okay. Two other questions that I had very quickly were, one, the languages that were chosen that we sent it out. I have two questions with regards to the languages. One, why were those particular languages chosen? And two, did we get a sense, even percentage-wise, right? So if we got, I know we got more than 100, but if we got 100 surveys back, how many of each were in that particular language?
Can we take it? Yeah.
So at the time, the 2025 census was not compiled yet. So we took information from the 2024 census that we did here at the city, and the top 4 languages. That's where we got those from.
Awesome, thank you. And then in the data that we collected, did we have a sense of how many were responded in that particular language?
I think it was very little.
Very
Okay.
Some, but not, like, it wasn't like overwhelming.
Yeah, but I would also like to say our department is very fortunate. We have a lot of multilingual team members. So a lot of us, when we were doing those outreaches and we were talking to residents, we were doing it in multiple languages. So Punjabi especially came up a lot because I believe we did a pop-up at Canada Day last year, and a lot of Punjabi residents that felt comfortable speaking in that language with the team member. We were very strategic in ensuring we had people placed where that population would be evident or present.
Great, thank you. Before going back to Mr. Edney with the brilliant motion that I'm sure he's come up with in this time, on page 108, there is a mention that says, needs assessment showed how COVID-19 exposed vulnerabilities and reinforced the need for community preparedness. So my question is, what vulnerabilities and needs for community preparedness were exposed by COVID-19? Because that's a big statement. Right? And I was like, oh, there's because that seems like something, if there's vulnerabilities that were, do we have a list of what they are? Because that's just, that to me just feels like a very big statement.
Yeah. Can you scroll up just so that we get the context of that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you have to kind of scroll back to when we did the initial social needs assessment, and then we came in and did this afterwards. There's been a lot of work done on COVID rupture to the social fabric. Right? So when we came in and looked at this stuff together, and we said, why are we even talking to residents? Why do we need to hear that voice beyond, getting into people's heads? We knew that this was a critical period after post-COVID when the vulnerabilities were exposed globally. It's kind of a fact. Like, it's well documented in the academic literature. We wanted to test what that looked like in Chestermere on the ground, because every community is local, right? Minneapolis, what's happening right now is built upon what happened during COVID too, right? So we wanted to get that snapshot after that rupture that was societal. So lots of really cool work that's done on this specific topic, but we wanted to get that snapshot now, because that's kind of a historical point in time that you're never going to see again. And that might actually not repeat itself. Like, we're seeing the bounce back in different communities take very different trajectories. Some communities, safety challenges really get entrenched. Some communities, you don't even necessarily see a change. Some communities are actually imploding from a population contraction, for instance, right? So lots happened during COVID, and we wanted to see what happened in the Chestermere context. So that's the context for how we are as the authors, connecting the 2023 needs assessment to the kind of jump a year later.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I know that Councillor Sambo, Councillor Schindler, and myself, and I don't remember if anybody else was in this particular one. This was right after we were elected. We attended our first AB Munis that we went to after we were elected. We were in a session where they talked about things that had kind of gone back to normal or baseline pre-COVID, but there were things that were highlighted at this conference that have not and have stayed elevated. And for example, it was the mistrust of authority figures has certainly stayed elevated since COVID-19. So I guess that would be an example of something then that would fit within this statement. Is that where that aligns?
Could fit, right?
Okay.
Because there's certain trends that have been documented globally, like that you're talking about, the mistrust in authority, the kind of the binaryism, and the kind of the fabric disruption has created these really interesting kind of left and right approaches to social policy too that have become pretty entrenched.
Interesting is one word for it.
Yeah, only a social scientist would say that, right?
Right.
But we're saying we don't know what it was like before. So all we know, it's a point in time right after that rupture. Now, what happens next does the trust in civic institutions change for you guys? Was that your baseline? There's no way that that's your baseline. I think we're trying to make the point because
Okay.
there was no baseline in 2023.
Okay.
We're still in it, but you would like those things not to get worse either,
Right.
because that should be as bad as it gets. Should
Okay.
be the bottom.
Okay.
Mental health, though, that's, addictions among youth, bullying, all of those things have, dramatically increased in terms of 12 to 14-year-olds, for instance. So that would be something you'd want to keep an eye out on. But again, how much can you do as a city either, right?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm very interested in that topic.
No, thank you. Mr. Eddy, going back to you, I'm just wondering if you've been able to suss something out.
I have.
All
I
right.
sent it to you on Teams, Josh.
I like it. That makes sense to me. Council, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler?
The time frame seems a little tight, so I'm
Well, they came up.
you wrote it, so okay. Okay. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to bring a report on the progress made related to the recommendations and suggestions in the social well-being framework presented on the February 3rd, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting to the May 5th, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to provide some clarity. My intent is a progress made like as of today,
Yes.
not setting up a framework for how we're doing anything else. It's going to be simply going through, finding things, saying, have we done something or not? So I'm hoping that
Yep.
that's the expectation of council.
Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. I'd like to add one more motion to this, and that would be to direct the not-for-profit committee to review. I just want to make sure I get the wording right. To review the Chestermere Together document as presented at the February 3rd Governance and Priorities meeting, and bring back a presentation for council. So the purpose with this is I think that these are the people within our community that's very much invested in this work. And I think as we've seen demonstrated with other committees, we've sent some work back to them for them to be able to come back to council with some things. And I think that this very much fits with what that committee would be doing. So I'm wondering if I can have support of council for someone to make this following motion, please. Councillor Schindler.
I'll do this one too. The Governance and Priorities Committee, I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct the Not-for-Profit Committee to review the Chestermere Together document as presented at the February 3rd, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting and bring back a presentation for council.
Thank you. Comments, questions for council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any final questions, comments with regards to this presentation? Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and hear some celebrations for our community on some ways that the Grant Adjudication Committee has made some commitments for investing in our community. So we'll come back at 2:15. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break here and now moving to item 6.2.1, which is the 2026 Grant Adjudication Committee allocation presented by Ms. Ruby Brar, Manager of Community Support Services, and Bal Saul, Member of the Grant Adjudication Committee. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Council. So again, like Mayor Dean had said, we're here to present the 2026 allocations. Balsall, she is a Grant Adjudication Committee member. She's very excited today to present this. Our recommendation to the Governance and Priorities Committee today is that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the Grant Adjudication Committee allocations for the Family and Community Support Services and Community Grant 2026 funding cycle for information, and I will pass it over to her.
Thank you, Ruby, and good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name's Bal Saul, and I'm going to start with a bit of background on the Grant Adjudication Committee. We met on September 15th of 2025 and December 17th of 2025 to determine the allocations for the 2026 grant cycle. And the recommendations are attached to this report, and all the applications were vetted through the grant adjudication process, and they're evaluated by the Grant Adjudication Committee using standardized scoring rubric, both individually and jointly. The scores were aggregated and then deliberated at the final recommendations meeting. In addition, a special call for 2026 United Way funding was advertised and was just released. The applications were released on January 26, 2026 as a mid-sized grant opportunity for registered not-for-profit organizations and registered charities. Funds will be distributed from April to December of 2026 following final decisions by the Grant Adjudication Committee on all received applications. With regard to the implications, approval of these allocations will distribute available grant funds to eligible community organizations as per established criteria and mandates. Funding will support programs that enhance social development, cultural engagement, and community well-being. And did you want me to just read through the... Yeah, okay. So these are the recipients who were, this is the good news, who were awarded funds for 2026. Chestermere Boxing Club, $5,011 for barrier-free boxing club membership. Chestermere Fine Art Guild, $11,960 for art education and promotion. Chestermere Historical Foundation, $3,544 for the historical plaque signage. Chestermere Public Library, $4,500 for the teaching garden. Chestermere Whitecappers Association, $10,000 for instructors to fitness, yoga, and line dancing. Chestermere Women's Crisis Society, $25,000 for the outreach program. Chestermere Regional Community Association, $19,815 for the Drop Youth program. Imagination Library of Chestermere Foundation were awarded $20,000 for the Imagination Library. Older Adults Coalition of Chestermere were awarded $8,970 for the Community Engagement Program. Rocky Chestermere Agricultural Society were awarded $5,100 for that winter thing and the kids' holiday store. Rocky Chestermere Agricultural Society were awarded $7,300 for Country Connections Program. Rocky Chestermere Agricultural Society, $21,300 for the Country Fair. Synergy, $50,000 for the Connection and Care Mental Health Supports Program. Trellis Society, $7,500 for the Babysitters and Home Alone Training for Youth Program. And the Grant Adjudication Committee is making the following allocation in the amount of $159,320 available for the Family and Community Services grants as follows. Chestermere Public Library, $6,000 for the After School at CPL program. Chestermere Women's Crisis Society, $85,390 for the Community Engagement Awareness Systems Navigation Program. Synergy.
65.
65. Oh, glasses needed. $65,390 for the Community Engagement Awareness and Systems Navigation Program. Synergy, $18,000. Pathways for the Pathways to Potential Program. And for Synergy, $69,930,000 for the Shout Boys, Girls, and Teen Program.
Awesome, thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to the funding? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you, possibly to Mr. Edney, possibly through on to the presenter. These are the current grants that are being distributed from the city, but the last cycle, I believe we've received reports back on how that funding was used. Could we get those reports into a future consent agenda or something so that we can report back to the community on all the good work that's happening with these funds?
That's a great idea because I don't think we've ever done that. That's a yes. Ms. Brock.
Through the mayor to Councillor Sandvo, of course, we'd love to share all the great work that's been done, especially with the funding dollars. I can try to compile a presentation based on the information we've received.
So I think we need a motion for that, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. It doesn't even need to be a presentation. Could we even just have the reports added in the consent agenda as information in the public record? You don't need to compile necessarily anything new unless members of council would like to see that. It could just be something we could look through.
No, I agree. Like it could just be a quick thing within the consent agenda that it's there. It'd be available to the public. Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Yes, no problem.
Great.
Okay. I still think we should have a motion for that.
Sure.
Okay, so I will, direct administration to prepare a report for consent agenda about how the 2025 FCSS and United Way funding was utilized by the community. Because we already have that. They just report on it.
Mayor Dean, would you like community grants included as well?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I do now. So FCSS, community grants, and United Way funding. Yes. Councillor Sambo?
I can make that motion. Thank you. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to prepare a report for consent agenda about how the 2025 FCSS Community Grants United Way funding was utilized by the community.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Schindler?
I'm just curious. So my question was, how do we measure success of these programs and these allocations? Would that be covered under this? I'm not sure.
Through the mayor to Councillor Schindler, I can give a quick answer right now if it satisfies you. Essentially, we look at all the data that they provide us, kind of look at the impact versus what they set out to do. And then the Grant Adjudication Committee gets all that information as well. And then when they apply, if they apply again for the next cycle, we kind of see how that's translated over into their new application. Okay. To kind of assess further. And definitely things being referenced really help. For example, the social needs assessment, council strategic priorities, funding models that we use. So for example, FCSS priorities, United Way priorities, all those things are taken into account.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the presentation? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a question for you on something that I've brought up several times, which is this idea we've floated about creating a new granting stream specifically for nonprofits in the community who are fulfilling a specific need tied to a strategic objective of council and administration, and have a history with the city. They're a more mature organization, that kind of thing. Because I see sometimes in these grant disbursements that sometimes the same organizations are getting funding. And to me, that's a prompt that maybe they should move into a different stream where we have multi-year funding considered and that kind of thing. So I suppose my question, Your Worship, is how would I go about trying to have a more fulsome conversation about establishing something like that from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you. My thoughts on that would be we should book a workshop with the FCSS department, specifically about grant funding streams within the city of Chestermere. And within that workshop, we could discuss some ideas, and they could go away, prepare a presentation that would include some options for council, then council make a vote, and away we go. So I would suggest even now that we would make a motion for to direct administration to book a workshop with the FCSS department related to grant funding. Josh, you got that? I can say it again, I think. We should get like sports. We have like instant replay. So we just go back. That's right.
Sorry to interrupt. I think more accurately it might make more sense to just write Community Support Services Department rather than Family and Community Support Services.
Yep. Oh. Regarding, just take out the word "the," regarding grant funding streams. Because I think that's general enough to where you talk about all grant funding that the city of Chestermere does. Okay. Councillor Sambo, do you want to take that one? Councillor Sambo?
Yes, thank you. I'd be happy to make this motion. So I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to book a workshop with the Community Support Services Department regarding grant funding streams.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. In that workshop, could we include maybe a synopsis of people who, or the organizations that have received grants for, say, like the last 5 years, just as like, are we supporting the same people? Are we branching out into something new? And I know we talk about a lot of this at the grant committee, but I think it'd be important for council to see as well exactly on where the money is going, and that might help us assess on the impact we're having.
Through the chair to Councillor Grant, yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the presentation? I understand that we took 2 action items on this, but because it is such a, because it's so related to budget, and because it was a change that we had made in our committee bylaw, I still think to Ledge Services we should do this one for information, because I think it's so pertinent to what is happening with this. I see nodding in agreement. So can I have the motion to, that you're already on it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to accept for information, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the Grant Adjudication Committee allocation for the Family and Community Support Services, FCSS, and Community Grant 2026 funding cycle for information.
Comments, questions from council? I just want to say thank you to the Grant Adjudication Committee. This is not easy work, as I know that you always get more requests than money that we have, and saying yes to someone means that at times we are saying no to others, and that is not always easy. And so I do want to say thank you for the work that you do and how this committee contributes to our community. With that, call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Can I have the motion to lift from the table item 6.3.2, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move the Governance and Priority Committee lift from the table agenda item 6.3.2, being the recreation-related motions update.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we're just going to jump back in. Just before moving on, I think we had made all the motions and had all the conversation that we wanted to have with regards to Lakeside Greens Golf Course. Or was there any other comment from council, question, or motion that anybody wanted to make with regards to Lakeside Greens Golf Course? Seeing none. We'll move on then to the new Dawson's Landing Recreation Center. Looking for comments, questions from council with regards to this particular item. Okay, seeing none, I guess we have lots of work that is progressing. There's been some motions that have been made very recently as we're moving forward. And so I think the comment that I would make is that this work continues and there's going to be more updates coming soon, possibly even part of the presentation that's going to be coming after this one with item 6.3.1. General recreation, just looking to council if you have any comments or questions with regards to item number 5 being general recreation. Seeing none at the moment, I guess the only comment I would have is I know that it's within this, but I just want to reiterate council's desire, and I think it plays itself out too within the social investment framework, the idea of looking for more opportunities for unstructured play, unstructured opportunities for people to participate, as well as further utilization of the resources the city already has that we haven't necessarily used as much over the last couple of years. And so what I go back to is the Wallace Skate Park that we have, as well as the mobile playground that we have. So just going back to the use of those. I know that they were heavily used for a couple of years, and then I don't think we've used them as much in the last year or so, and so I would love to see those come back and be used. I don't think there's a motion within that. I think that's just more, hey, admin, could we keep using those more and bring those back? Any other comments, questions with regards to general recreation? Okay, I have one more recommendation as I looked through this, that I would like to make a change actually to our standing item on the agendas. And this came to me as I looked through this because I really like how this is broken down. And I'm wondering if so when I look at it today, it's item 7.2 recreation. So this was such an important priority for council that we've made it a standing item on all of our governance and priorities meetings. And so I'm wondering if could we have the same breakdown in every GAP rec meeting agenda, right? So there may not be an update, right? But I'm sorry. Yeah. So sorry. What I'm saying is that under item 7.2, that there would be 7.2A CRRC, 7.2 would be Lakeside Green, 7.2C would be New Dawson Recreation Center, and 7.2D would be general recreation. So then each month when this comes back, again, there might be nothing. Right? But it's, I think that these 4 categories are the categories that we've really been focused on. And this breakdown of the 4 categories, because I think one of the reasons I wanted this whole thing brought back, and again, I really appreciate how you broke this down, was telling the holistic story of recreation. And sometimes I think we get lost in that big picture of where does everything fit. And I just wonder if I believe that it would help council and administration on our GAP meetings to have those categories broken down. And then even as we hear updates coming from our counselors that sit on that particular committee, it's right there and it's broken down every time. So I would first look to, again, the 2 counselors that sit on that committee. If you first support this idea that I'm suggesting, where it's simply I'm just adding something to the standing item on the agenda, that these 4 items just be listed again. It would be 7.2 A, B, C, and D. And would just give opportunity to remind us that these are the 4 categories that we're continuing to focus on. So just looking to Councillor Grant and Councillor Sambo to see if I would have your initial support on that sort of an idea. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, I think that'd be fine. I think the only risk is that there would be nothing to say on an item in that meeting. But I think it demonstrates the priority that council has on those 4 items. So I definitely support any motions that will, or any projects or direction that will help make that more prevalent. So I support that.
Yeah, and I think we all knew that that was the risk when we made school sites and recreation a standing item. The risk has always been there may not be an update. However, we've also demonstrated that because it's been a priority, look how much we have progressed down the road on school sites and recreation in the last year and a half. Okay, with that then, I would like to see that as a motion. So council direct administration to add under the recreation standing item for governance and priorities meetings, Chestermere Regional Recreation Center, Lakeside Greens Golf Course, New Dawson Landing Recreation Center, and General Recreation. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that the Governance and Priority Committee direct administration to add under the Recreation standing item for Governance and Priority Committee meetings, Chestermere Regional Recreation Center, Lakeside Greens Golf Course, New Dawson Landing Recreation Center, and General Recreation.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions related to the recreation-related motions update? Any other comments, questions related to 6.3.2? Come on, we're 5 motions short of 100. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, with that, we're going to move to item 6.3.1, which is the capital campaign feasibility study update for recreation, presented by Miss Kathy Russell. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council Committee members. So as part of the 2026 budget, Council approved the capital campaign feasibility study with the goal of raising funds to support a new recreation center at Dawson's Landing. So the report in your package outlines what we can expect from a feasibility study and a plan. So there are basically 2 components. The first piece involves the work of documenting the case for support, meeting with prospective donors, analyzing the gift potential, and identifying a campaign goal. The second step is developing a campaign plan. And so this outlines things like the campaign structure, timelines, volunteer leadership, administration requirements, and the costs to implement the plan. Normally, this takes about 4 months to complete. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the process after I just say my few words. And Councillor Sandbo has some background in this area, so I'm hoping she might be able to help me. One thing that I'd like to note on page 3 of the report under implementation is that I had mentioned the possibility of adding a clause in the request for proposals to continue with the same consultant, moving on to implementation. This would save money and time because it would avoid duplication between 2 different consulting firms. Mostly because there typically is a process where the interviews with prospective donors, and there may be more than one, may carry into the second phase of implementation. So the relationship has already started. However, the implementation of a capital campaign plan is fairly expensive. Using third-party administrative support, it typically costs 5 to 10% of the total value of the goal raised. So for example, if we raise $10 million, the campaign costs could be in the neighborhood of $700,000. So fairly heavy. And the fees would have to be front-ended by the city, as you can appreciate, because donations flow in over time, over, say, 3 or 4 years, yet we would need to pay for those costs at the beginning of the implementation stage. There is no budget at the moment for implementation in 2026. So if we do want to leave the door open in the RFP to continue with the same consultant, the implication would be that we would need to bring this back to council as part of the budget process before it gets finalized. That's it for my presentation. If you have any questions about how this unfolds, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair to you, Mrs. Russell, you say 5 to 10% of the goal. Do you have a goal in mind on what that number looks like?
No, because that would be the outcome of doing the feasibility study.
Okay.
So that would be basically tested with the community and the people that are interviewed.
Sorry, can we take a quick 5-minute recess? I don't think we're live streaming right now. So we'll take a quick 5-minute recess, come back at 2:45. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry about that. We've been able to sort out the technology issue. There are going to be two parts to this video, and we'll put the two parts together at the end of the meeting. So, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm just going to pick right back up off where we left off here.
There you go.
So my comment was going to be that the committee talked about this last night, actually, and one of the things that we felt was important within this is that we tie the feasibility portion of the RFP with the fund development portion of it, so that basically the answers we're going to get about the feasibility are more reliable, that because that company will then be having to do the fund development. So that was one piece of feedback that came out of our meeting last night. If there's any other questions related to it, I can probably help with some feedback as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Arnay, I'm just wondering from a procedural standpoint, because we're governance of priorities right now, not regular meeting of council, there's some budget implications that are related to this. It's also much more of a direction than sending something back to administration. So I'm wondering what our next step, given the fact that we're in a governance of priorities meeting, what do you think might be the next step that we're taking here with this presentation? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So because there's potentially budget implications, committee can make a recommendation to council that council does something. And then that can come back to the next council meeting for council to decide whether you want to do that or not.
Okay.
And if there's no budgetary, the committee can direct administration to do things as long as it's not got a budgetary impact.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Down that road, Mr. Edney, did we budget to perform the fund development RFP in 2027? I'm wondering, is the money a year away? And if it's a year away, how easy is it to pull it forward without creating too much onus or hardship within our budget?
Mr. Edney.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Dean. Sorry, Councillor Grant, can you repeat? What are you asking if we budgeted?
So I know we carried the RFP for the feasibility study.
Yeah.
In the budget.
Yes.
So the second part of that feasibility study is the actual fund development.
Correct.
So where have we budgeted for that fund development expenditure to take place?
We haven't.
Okay.
So
do we have the financial capacity to do it in 2027?
I think that's something we look at once we get through the feasibility study. I think my thought process when we did this at budget was do the feasibility study, get through that, see what the results are. If it's something council wants to move forward with, then can make a simple motion to then do that at that time and add that money to the budget at that time.
Okay. But isn't part of this presentation that we should do that now because there might be a savings in terms of the administrative fees, or am I misunderstanding the exercise here this afternoon?
To answer that question, I don't think the urgency is immediate.
Oh, okay.
Because the RFP can be worded in the, to say something like, phase 2 may continue based on the availability of budget and the outcome of phase 1.
Okay.
So the timing can be later on with respect to the implementation. And there are some other possibilities. Some municipalities may build the cost of the administration into the total goal for the campaign. Some other municipalities have actually looked for sponsorship for the campaign itself. So if the campaign costs $500,000, the sponsorship is connected for the campaign is connected to that name. So there are a number of different opportunities that we would probably want to explore before we finalized an approach.
Okay.
So I think we're good. I'm just raising it as something that we will need to be thinking about.
I see.
The study will take 4 months. So by then we should think about it.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So then, for the purposes of today, I guess I would look to Councillor Grant, Councillor Sambo, Ms. Russell, and Mr. Edney. Should we be accepting this presentation for information now, since we've already approved the feasibility study, allow the feasibility study to happen with some language added that the second part may happen? Then when that happens, have that come back to council? Would that be the recommended from today? I see a nod from Mr. Edney. See a nod from Ms. Russell. Councillor Grant, Councillor Sambo, any objections or other thoughts? Councillor Grant?
No, Mayor Dean, that's exactly, I think, what we're looking for today. We're just trying to get this in front of council and administration to move it along and make sure that, so committee's seen it, so we're aligned, and now we want to make sure that council administration is aligned before this goes to RFP, and I think we're right at that point, so.
Okay, Mr. Edney.
Thank you. So not directly related to this topic, but sort of related to this topic, because it's something we haven't scheduled yet. We did budget for a rec strategy workshop. Does council have any thoughts on it? What stage, given all of these motions and stuff we covered today and talking about this, what stage would you like to have that workshop? Like sooner than later, or after we get down some of these roads? Does council have a recommendation for that?
Thank you, Councillor Wozinowski. Do you want to comment to that question, or do you want to hold off? And did you have a different comment?
My comment was to the feasibility study, so you guys are way ahead of me already. So we can continue with this commentary, and then I can go back to the feasibility study comment that I want to make.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I think my suggestion would be that we proceed pretty soon with a workshop. I know we've talked about moving the recreational master plan up, and those conversations will largely guide the recreation master plan. So we need to have those conversations sooner rather than later so that we can move the recreation master plan up, because as we're finding, as we're working through our work plan, the recreation master plan will be an overarching document that will guide a lot of decisions that are coming after. So it's actually really important that we start crossing these things off and getting them done so that we can make these big decisions, so that we can move these large documents along.
My thoughts on this would be that the next quote-unquote workshop that we should do is our strategic plan, because I think that's going to direct some of these other workshops. So in any motion that we make for booking a rec workshop right now, I would say that the motion would be along the lines of council direct administration to book a recreation workshop to be scheduled soon after the strategic plan workshop. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'd almost suggest you don't need to make that motion because it is in the budget. So I was more just looking for clarity. I'll work with Charity and Kylie and Kathy to, once we get the strategic planning booked, to book something shortly for the rec strategy, not too far after that. So thank you for that input.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then no motion needed on that. Okay, Councillor Wozinowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, those are all great ideas. I would support them, motion or not. My only comment about the feasibility study is, and I know we've indicated that we've already made approvals for this, and I did ask the question if there's a goal in mind. I think, one comment I'd like to make is when we go out to market on potential donors or potential funders, I just go back to Christmas time when the United Way always has a goal in mind. All of these funders have a goal in mind. And when you ask a fundraiser what the goal is, you normally have to have a response. If we don't have a response, it'll always be less than what you're asking for. So I know that this is already approved, and maybe it's too late to make any changes to the approved feasibility study. But I think it would be important to understand what kind of funding we would expect outside of what the city is planning on raising, independent of a third party. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and comments through you. If I can add a little bit of confidence to the process. In fundraising, typically the goal is set based on who your anchor funder is, because it's not a transaction, so it's not based on what is actually happening. It's based on the capacity of your biggest opportunity. So the feasibility study will identify those people. And to contextualize a little bit more, we've got, let's say, 4 different ways to raise money for this, right? We can do property taxes. I don't think we want to fund $100 million in property taxes. We could do OSL, which we have, but we've got pressure from the federal government to reduce things like offsite levies, and that includes for recreation. We could apply for grants, but we also know the provincial government has been funding infrastructure at about half the rate now than they were 10 years ago. So that leaves us this. And I think it's a really good opportunity to look into. I will be the first person to say that we might do the feasibility study and find out that it's not feasible. But I think it's a really good investment, and we are talking big dollars of what is possible. So I'm grateful that we're going ahead with this, and hopefully we can come up with something good.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
And just to, if I could add through the chair to Councillor Wojciechowski, the one I did before, back in 2009, we actually had a campaign goal in mind, and then we worked with a consultant through what was called the case for support. So that's kind of the first step of the feasibility study, where you talk about the vision and what the project is and what the sources of income are or revenue are for the projects and costs. And we did know what the goal was because it was a gap at the time. And we knew that we would likely be going to the community with a range to test. So I think your point is well taken, that there could be a pretty good likelihood of having a better idea of what we're really looking for financially as well once our finance team does their further work in terms of, the city's capacity around debt.
Sorry, Councillor Wojciechowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Russell. You're right, and I'm sure we know what the gap is. We've thrown around a number of what this recreation center is going to cost, and we've also have a relatively strong understanding of what we can afford. So there is a strong gap. So thank you for acknowledging the idea that identifying what your gap is a good starting point on what we need to look at for fundraising. And yes, it will be arranged. We may not get all of it, and then we adjust. When we look at any of the any of the preliminary proposals and what the phased approach of the new rec center looks like, depending on how much we raise and filling in those gaps, may be able to accelerate or slow down the progress of what this rec center is going to look like. So I'm glad that we're moving forward with it, understanding an idea of what it looks like, and I'm definitely acknowledging Councillor Sandbo's commentary on the feasibility study. This is not my area of expertise. I know if somebody ever came to me asking for money, I'd ask them how much every time. But so I'm trusting the process, and I'm glad that we understand what our gaps may look like. So thank you for that comment.
Great, thank you. Okay, so with that, I think for today's purposes, we're looking for a motion to accept for information. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Rondella.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Government and Priority Committee accept the update on the campaign feasibility study for the new recreation center for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, moving to our standing items now. First of all, school sites. I guess I'll be turning this over to Mr. Edney to see if we have any updates with regards to school sites at the moment. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't have any updates kind of on the existing school sites at this point right now, but I do want to let council know that Mr. Chandiuk and I had a meeting with Franco Sud yesterday. So, of course, council's aware that they're currently constructing a facility over in the recreation center. They're expecting to have, I believe they said 34 students right off the bat, and then looking towards 40 plus come September. And so now that they are formally operating in Chestermere, we need to add them into or create a joint use planning agreement with them. So we had some discussions around the next steps on moving that forward. And their request was, given the demand that they see in the Chestermere region, kind of from the Calgary border east, they would like to consider ask us to consider looking at a school site for them in the future. They are open to, a shared use site with another school district or something like that. So we're going to follow up with, a bunch more conversations around what that looks like. But just wanted to let council know that, now they're officially another school board operating in our district.
Thank you. Any questions from council with regards to Franco Sud? Okay. Mr. Eddy, I have one question. I'm just wondering if you have heard anything back from Rocky View Schools with regards to construction of the new K-9 school, if they've provided any timeline yet at all as to when construction will begin.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, we haven't heard any information from them, but given your question, we'll reach out and try and make contact with them for an update for next meeting for sure.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's certainly a topic of conversation in the community right now as to when this school is actually, we see the daily of how much the K-9 Catholic school, how quickly that's going up. Certainly getting lots of questions right now as to when the K-9 public is going to start. Okay, any other questions, comments from council with regards to school sites? Thank you. Can I have the motion to accept for information, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the update on school site for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I'm not even sure we need to deal with item 7.2 because we've talked about a lot about recreation today. So I think.
Have a new update in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, the comment off mic there was we have no update about recreation in the last 4 minutes since we talked about recreation. So then finally, item 7.3, which is committee updates. So starting with myself, we do have our next not-for-profit meeting tomorrow. And again, we're going to be talking about some plans with regards to goals. And then I have a small update from the Police Communications Committee. And the update from the Police Communications Committee is we'd just like to get an update from Legislative Services as to how many people are currently on that committee, and if there are any openings on that committee. So there's just some concerns about just quorum and things like that. So sorry to spring that on you here last minute, and perhaps this is something that can come here to a future council meeting. But Emily, I did see you reach for the mic, so I'm not sure if you have an answer to that, Ms. White.
Yes, I do. So I can speak to that right away. I know just offhand that the Police Communications Committee currently has 5 public members. And the decision was made by council that is the maximum number that council wanted on the Police Communications Committee at that time.
But I think we made that decision though because of the new legislation.
Yes.
I thought we could only have 5.
So I read up on the new legislation, and there you can have up to, I believe it's between 3 and 7, depending on the community needs.
3 and 7 total.
Oh, sorry, between 3 and 7, yes.
Total though, including the council members that we have sit on it, because Deputy Mayor and I both sit on it.
That I'm not sure about. That I would have to get back to you on.
Okay, so yeah, if we could clarify that, if it can be 7 public plus 2, or if it's 7 total, if we could just get some clarity on that, I think that there would be an ask for that. There's also an ask from the Police Communications Committee, and so I would look for a motion. Mr. Redney, I'm just wondering how you want us to handle when a committee is bringing forward an idea. So I don't see the committee minutes here, so perhaps they weren't submitted in time for the meeting, which I understand. But the Police Communications Committee is looking for a small amount of money just to, as they've run out of money for the safety screws program and things like that. So if the committee is bringing forward a specific ask for money related to work that they're doing, how would you like to handle that from an administrative process, Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So there's 2 ways that we could address that. One would be at these regular committee updates, committee could make a recommendation to council to allocate whatever dollar amount, in this case to the police communications committee for whatever project, and then that could come again to the next regular meeting of council, where then council could make that motion, or you could bring that to the next motion, next meeting, regular meeting of council, and make that request there. So both will accomplish the same task and be consistent and in compliance with our procedural bylaw.
Okay, so given that, their ask is for $1,000. It's the same amount that they had last year, and they just need the top up to be able to literally continue the work that they're doing. So I believe Deputy Mayor was going to be bringing this forward, but obviously he's not here. So I would like to just bring forward a motion to that the Governance Priority Committee recommend to Council to approve $1,000 for the Police Communications Committee. That's the type of motion that you're looking for, Mr. Edney? Okay. Comments, questions from council, just on wording or anything? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My question is more of a budget question, in that is there a budget line item for committee expenses within our 2026 budget?
Mr. Edney?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Grant, there is a line item in the budget, in the council budget. It's not related specifically to committees or only committees, but this is where that money could come from. And there is sufficient budget in there to cover this and other things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So again, we're not approving this right now. This comes to council, right? Any other questions with regards to wording for the motion? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant?
I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee recommend to Council to approve $1,000 for the Police Communications Committee.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Those are all the updates I had for the committees that I'm sitting on. Again, Deputy Mayor Narayan sends his regrets. Councillor Grant, I think I've called on you about 702 times today, so I'm sure you don't have anything else, but maybe you do for recreation. But any other comments for any committees that you're sitting on, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, the two of the committees that I sit on presented today, so I think we got a fulsome look at those. The Chester Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, we don't have another action item per se right now, other than the famous 5 that we put forward, and then the CDAC, we're looking to bump up the public participation there with a few public members. I think we have an open call, so I think we need to get that going again and put some priority on that committee. So,
okay. One thing that I would like to make mention of is I did receive an email from our MLA, Chantal Lejeune, related to the Chestermere Historical Society, so different than the foundation, but related, because they work very closely, that the Chestermere Historical Foundation received a grant for $42,643 for their new initiative of Word of Mouth Public Art Project through the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Setups of Women's Community Initiatives Program, CIP, project-based stream. So related, as I do know that those committees work very closely together. Yeah, just wanted to highlight an email that I had received from our MLA just with regards to that. And she has already reached out to the Chestermere Historical Foundation to inform them of their awarding of this grant. So, okay. With that, Councillor Randhawa, anything? Sorry. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do have update. One of them was non-profit committee. I was lead the committee because you were away and Deputy Mayor Narayan won't able to make it for some another commitment. And for that one, there was really good suggestions, and we presented the TOR, and Ruby Brard present other options as well to the committee, and which is the further is going to be tomorrow. We have that one, and that's why it's not, because it was first meeting, so it's not much into the minute, but prior to that it is going to be quite wholesome discussion. And the other one, I just want to, and we choose you as a chair for that committee while you were away. And the vice chair is from the Rotary, Kerry Hill Gardner. He was put his name forward for the vice chair. And the second one, the committee is Lake and Watershed. We have the first meeting, and I just want to little bit update. Councillor Worsnowski is the chair for that committee for another, and the rest I want him to fill further as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Sambo.
Great, thank you, Your Worship. I have a few updates. First of all, with my appointment to Community Futures Wild Rose, I'm also now chairing the governance committee over there to make sure that the organization continues to run smoothly and do good work, especially in Chestermere. In addition to that, last week I had an opportunity to go to Edmonton once again with my role as a director for cities up to 500,000 with Alberta municipalities. It was a great time. It was a lot of work. I participated in media training and some mental health training. One thing I do want to highlight is that Alberta municipalities is taking mental health of elected officials as well as conflict among councils and with members of the public very seriously. And so there's some initiatives coming forward that we'll see from Alberta municipalities very soon. I'll also be acting as vice chair of AB Muni's Infrastructure and Environment Committee. I've been appointed to the Alberta Water Council and the Multi-Stakeholder Engagement Advisory Committee with the Alberta Energy Regulator. So a few provincial appointments that are kind of exciting. But along those same lines, 2 members of Chestermere Council have also been appointed to committees with Alberta municipalities, and that includes Deputy Mayor Narayan and Councillor Schindler. So they'll be in Edmonton sometimes too this coming year, representing Chestermere and all the municipalities like us. Other than that, we also had an opportunity to get to know the board of RMA, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, and build stronger relationships with our rural partners, which is always really good. So it was a great week in Edmonton. I had a really good time.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Okay. Okay. As I alluded to in our last governance and priorities meeting, when I didn't have anything to update, I have a ton to update today. So I'll start with our Seniors Advisory Committee. We met on January 16th and went over what we've done. We went over our procedural bylaws and committee bylaws as directed by council. And then we looked at our priorities and cleared off the ones that have been completed already, and then created an ongoing emphasis on the ones that are to be completed, like affordable housing and communication and health of our seniors. We're actually looking, I don't know if we've contacted administration since then or not, but we're looking for previous reports to help us guide us through these other priorities, previous reports that have been commissioned in the past, and see where everything lines up to what is current, and hopefully find a trend. So that'll be fun. Our next meeting is coming up in the next couple of days, or February 12th. So I can't wait to get to that. We also had a library board meeting on January 19th. We looked at how our new director at the library has been progressing over the last month, and looking at the finances, and then developing a strategy going forward with subcommittees to deal with our finances and our policies. Hopefully to get them updated, because they are in desperate need of updating. And I can say that I'm excited with the direction that the library is going, and I hope that we can have more programs, as we discussed today, come out of the library. Then on January 24th, we had the Marigolds Library Board meeting, and so Marigold Libraries runs our library service. And we approved the plans of service for plan of service extension till 2030. And I'm continuously impressed with how Marigold Libraries does business and supports our little library and libraries all around Alberta. Yeah, it's an amazing organization, and I'm happy to be a part of that. And then yes, I have been appointed through AB Munis to the Health and Social Wellbeing Committee. That meets monthly, and so I'm really looking forward to helping that committee steer the province through various actions going forward in health and community well-being. So this is going to be a really great appointment for me, and certainly for the citizens of Chestermere as I represent you. That's all I got right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll start with the committee meeting that I did attend to, and that's the Chestermere Lake and Watershed Committee. Similarly to Councillor Schindler's commentary, we did go through our TORs. We went through our procedural bylaw. We also went through our committee bylaw, so gave everyone a little bit of Committee 101. That went relatively well. We did nominate our chair and our vice chair, so that went well. We did have quorum. We have a good subscription, actually, to that committee. I would say 80% or more did show up, and the people that couldn't show up just honestly were not available. Sometimes there's a lot of no-shows with these committees, but this was not the case, so we're looking forward to moving forward with that. I do have a question through our mayor to Mr. Edney. We did mention at last council meeting on the priorities schedule where things are at with the RFP, with the Lake and Water Management Plan / report. So that's something the committee is certainly interested in. And I thought you were going to potentially give an update on that. So if you have an update, that would be great. I'd certainly love to share that formally with the Lake and Watershed Committee at next committee meeting. We did set our annual calendar as per the committee bylaw as well. So we will be meeting on a monthly basis. And one of the things that we will be reviewing at the next committee meeting is the committee's strategic plan. So that's the update on the Lake and Watershed Committee. Maybe through the mayor, Mr. Edney, do you have anything you would like to add in regards to the RFP? It's probably just sitting in RFP process right now.
Thank you, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean, to Councillor Warzanowski. I apologize. I don't have a direct update for this meeting. It's actually on our agenda for tomorrow when we review this stuff at ELT. So I'll send you a note, all of council a note after that, and confirm where the RFP is at for you.
Thank you. If you could pass that on to council, and I'll certainly, Councillor Rundau, and I will bring it to the next committee meeting. I know that they would appreciate that. Also, I will extend my gratitude on behalf of that committee to your staff that showed up. We did not just get one, but we got two. So thank you to Blake and Colin. They were great. And I know that they did a great job of providing that administrative support that we need. And I'm sure you've heard from them on the asks from that committee. So thank you for that. Other than that, not really much. I did miss the the last Chamber of Commerce meeting, so the next time I attend that, I'll provide more of an update. And I am anxiously waiting for the Agricultural Society annual general meeting to see if I can get on that board, because they do require some board support. I don't know if that's yet been scheduled. I reached out to the board chair and waiting to get an update on that. And as you all know, without going into great detail, the reason for participating on that board is to reduce the fragmentation between the City of Chestermere's events, council priorities, and the Agricultural Society successful events. So we can try to align what all of our priorities are for our residents. That's it for me. Thank you, Mayor Dean.
Great. Thank you so much. Mr. Redney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to point out, now that we're at the end of the council committee updates, that there is one committee that was removed from council and assigned to administration. That was the Airport Authority Committee. Director Dennison has offered to go to those meetings. There just hasn't been one since that appointment, but this is where we will bring updates about that committee to once she attends meetings.
Great, thank you so much. And Mr. Edney, I'm just wondering if perhaps through Ledge Services we can just have follow-up with the staff liaisons to make sure that Ledge Services is getting a copy of the minutes from the committee meeting, so that we ensure that they are on the governance and priorities meeting. So perhaps if there could just be some follow-up through Ledge Services to all the staff liaisons to assist with that, that would be great. Okay. With that, I think we're accept the committee updates for information. Can I have the councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the update on committees for information.
Comments, questions for council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We just have one more item on our agenda, and that's to go back into closed session. I don't anticipate many motions coming out of closed session. But with that, can I just have a motion to go into, closed session for item 8.2 land update? Can I have a councillor make the motion to go into closed session for land update, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee move into closed session at 3:23 p.m. to discuss the following: land update, Access to Information Act ATIA Section 30, disclosure harmful to economic and other interest of public body.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to come out of our closed session, please? Councillor Rondawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee come out of closed session at 4:07 p.m.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion to committee directed minutes? Yeah, that will work. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Rondawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the land update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Rob. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we've come to the end of our agenda. Can I have the motion to adjourn the meeting, please, Councillor Rondawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee adjourn the meeting at 4:08 p.m.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.